Chipper's here. Chip won't let me just sit and do the work. He was meowing outside, and he just didn't want to. He I was petting him before the show. I gave him a little treat. And then he's like, I don't know what's going on. Saturdays you finish radio, and then I sleep on your lap for an hour while you read a book. And then you didn't do that today, and because you were up all night because I was walking all over you. Yeah, and aw. Now he just wants to lay across me and tap keys. He's trying to turn off the stream. You're a Russian plant. That's who you are. Chemenchesnaya Tablucha. Where were you when on the road to Dushanbe? That's what I want to know. I thought Murph was supposed to be the Russian. He's a Russian blue. He does. Chip will not be ignored. No, I'm not letting you down, because then you're just going to run around and kick wires. If you want to get down, you're going outside for a second. You're going, yeah, I know. See, now you don't want to go. See? All right, tough guy. Let's do it. Come on. All right. Now he's going for a run. All right. Now you got it. Okay. Now you got to go poo. I see. You just want to be held till you have to poo. I get it. All right. Now I can do business. He'll probably meow during the middle of it, but he's so sweet. By the way, we're getting close to showtime for Trump at CPAC. They're really exciting, everybody. Remember, the theme is Awake, Not Woke. Which, you know, just, I mean, it's got a certain pithy something to it. I don't know what that thing is, but it's something. It's you know, it's got a wonderfully linguistically poetic waste of time kind of energy to it that I appreciate. Awake, not woke. By the way, the Great Awakening is one of the QAnon codes. So it's a tip of the hat and a nod towards the necessity of cradling the gentle sensibilities. Somebody's walking out. Are they going to test stuff and then they're going to go? The gentle sensibilities of the QAnon crowd. They don't have any audio up because the pre-music is probably not cleared. So whoever's streaming this that I'm piggybacking on, je ne sais quoi. It has a certain, how would you say in French? I don't know what. We're here, we're back. It's so exciting, yeah. And again, he's got there's a podium and then there's like is that a crotch shield? Is he behind a thing so you can't look at his feet the whole time? I guess I should probably have RSBN as a backup or something. Yeah, the audio's turned up, so it's at some point it's going to kick in annoyingly loud, I have a feeling. Move on. If it starts late, I'll just jump in. Okay. RSBN, Trump, CPAC. That'll do. Whoops. Oh, I typed in the wrong thing. CPAC, it's live coverage. I don't play hold music. What's going on? That's wrong. I don't want that. I want live stuff. Is it coming out? What's happening? It's just there's no sound on it. It's just this right now. And then RSBN's just got their page up. And CPAC's got their whole thing. I don't know why. They just post stuff after. Because I think they're worried about, like, if something goes terrible, they're gonna get in trouble. That's what I think. And hi, everybody. Welcome to this special edition of Hal Sparks' Megaworldwide. We don't normally have a Saturday afternoon show, but hey, Summer has work. So she's busy, so I'm home alone. And what better way to spend my evening than with you guys and Chip? Either way, my my cat is still jealous that I'm spending time with you, so I hope you're proud of yourself. And I just had a smoothie after going to the gym, which was a good time. Hapow. Boink, boink. Been working on my boobs. They're coming in pretty well. Thanks for asking. We need ficus for this speech? Probably. And I'm proud to be in a merry-do, and a fleagy-doo-dee. I don't know. I wish there was like a Lee Greenwood setting. You know what I mean? But no. I have some beard stuff, but it's beard and bald, and then I have bald stuff with no beard. I don't understand. It's very strange. I'll look around for something. Well, it'll happen eventually. They're setting this up. I mean, he's always late anyways, so... He's already got 84 likes, though. That's the fun part. Thanks for making it watchable. I try, Mary. You know, again, what happens a lot of times is he comes out and does one of these things, and then it's going to blare in my ears. I'm going to go deaf, aren't I? They're just going to unleash the sound on this stupid thing on everybody. But they, you know, somebody will grab, you know, a single line of him going, Putin is super smart. I said he was smart. Give it up for the smart dude. I mean, who can hit an apartment building with a baby in it from miles away better than Pooty Poot, my buddy? Like, that kind of thing. Don't forget to say, please like and subscribe. I won't. Thank you, the Gilhicks. Please like and subscribe. Give a thumbs up. Support the show in any way that you can. If you're on Twitch, subscribe. Don't make me turn on subscriber only. Hal Boobs Rock. Thank you. They're getting there. It's going to take time. Somebody's over there. They're filming all this for like fake campaign footage. Also, there was I saw a video that was like linked up to this when I was searching to find a live feed of this. There was a bunch of like, who do you prefer, Trump or DeSantis? And Trump is not going to be happy when he sees that video. If anybody shows it to him, it's going to be dangerously Magoo. Yeah, hold on. I'm going to move this over here. It's going to be terribly
Magoo.
Right.
Assuming you're believing in atmospheric filth.
I'm looking forward to some of him doing the hits tonight. Staying on topic will be great.
While they drown your endless torment of, what they do, they have an endless list of propaganda and propaganda methods.
That's going to be awesome.
Magoo.
How
Magoo.
We'll have to find out, but it's going to be quite...
Magoo.
Yeah. The podium looks low, but I don't know if that's just the way the stage is. Is it going to rise up once he walks out? They've got it on a pneumatic press to make it look all cool. It's on a cherry picker, and Matt Gaetz is over in a corner flipping the switch. Yeah. Person, woman...
Magoo.
Camera, TV. Remember, make America great over and over. That's the new slogan for all of these things. So
They don't like the gas.
So we've heard mainly what he's going to say in his call-in with Laura Ingraham. He drops like into these grooves and he can't get out. Well. I don't know. Is there a drinking game around him just not being able to not fall into one of these like Gish Gallops? It's like he's got one album out called Gish Gallop. It was a huge hit with the State Fair crowd, and all he does is play that record top to bottom. I hear he's going to play Gish Gallop all the way through with all the tracks in the right order. That's what it feels like. I don't know if I'm ready to go out. I don't know if I'm feeling it. I don't know if I've got...
For Iowa values.
Iowa values. I don't know if I'm going to pronounce words
The
right.
Burmese executives. So this Burmese Bermuda. They say, pronounce it Bermuda. Look.
You know, if they say,
Look.
if they're unable to,
Look.
uh-oh. What the hell kind of vampire shit is this?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the 45th President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump.
Oh, quit it. I can't. Yeah, thank you, clap. I am here. Wow. Wow, Orlando. Wow, clap, clap. Thank you. Hey, you. I remember you. Who's that? Thank you. Oh, boy, this is gonna suck. Clap, 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 clap. Take a picture of me as the guy who lost last time in front of all these people. They love me, and I didn't have to drive very far. Hello. Hello. Nice cans there. Hello. And oh, yeah. Hey, thank you.
From the lakes.
Oh my God, is he gonna wander around this whole fucking song? Oh, you got her. Hello, Gary. Hello. Hey, thank you. Thank you. Clap, 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 clap. Everybody clap, clap. I've got the clap, but the syphilis kicks its ass. Thank you. Thank you. Thumb right in your butt. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, thank you. If they screw this up, I'm gonna start doing hand jobs. Thank you. Do you dance? Do I dance? No, I don't dance. Yeah, just one little hand job right on the tie. Just squirt, squirt, right all over the tie. Thank you. Take a picture. Yeah, I should have do meet and greets like Kiss does, but nobody will pay for it, and I don't like people, so it doesn't work out. Hello. Point. There you go. Clap, clap, clap. I'll just wander around. They started the song too late. Now I gotta wait till the song's done, because Lee Greenwood will sue me if I don't let him finish the song. Hi. Oh, wow, that's a bunch of people back there. They're leaving. Okay, those people are walking out. Hello, you're at all. Thank you. Hey, thanks for coming. This is your 95th time seeing me. Great, great. Super fans. I'm so lucky. Hello, I'll just want to squirt, 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 squirt. Thank you. Right all over the chin. Thank you. Clap, 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 clap. Not quite on time, but what do you expect? Lumber, 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 lumber. No, it's not quite over. Clap, clap. Thank you. Let me move this thing around. Thank you.
Wow.
Oh,
Wow, thank you very much.
And this is the face of a man who knows he's no longer president, only had one term, and now this is the best it's gonna get. This is the top of your life. This is it. You were president of the United States of America, and now it's this. It's a Saturday evening in Orlando in front of 800 people. 60% of whom are going to vote for DeSantis. That's the face of a man who knows he's won, who knows that it's a plateau at best. Hello.
Thank you very much, and it's great to be back where it all started with the great patriots of CPAC. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah, it's very heartfelt. Thank God he's not using a teleprompter or anything. That would make it feel so contrived.
Standing before you today, I'm thrilled to report that our incredible movement, a movement.
It's a big movement. It is. I will say, it's a huge movement.
Nobody's ever seen anything quite like it. There has never been anything like it before.
No.
Is strong and growing stronger every single day.
Yes. That's why there were 3,000 people the last time you spoke to CPAC, and there's 952 right now.
The radical left is exposed. They're weak, and their pathetic policies have been out there long enough now that we don't want them. We'll never take them. We are bringing back.
It's a little early to get lost on the teleprompter. Do you think? Yeah? Hold on. Come on. Come on. This early in the game? What?
The radical left is exposed. They're weak. And their pathetic policies have been out there long enough now that we don't want them. We'll never take them. We are bringing back our country, and we are bringing back our freedom.
Just lost. Look at his eyes like somebody's a page behind on that fucking teleprompter. We don't want him. We don't need him. Stop exposing yourself to me. It's gross. I don't know where I am. Oh boy. Now I'm lost. We're in propaganda category or territory right now. We're in where was that? Hold on. This business? Yeah, this
While
bit.
they drown your endless torment of,
Yeah, that took him a while. That was like halfway through the speech.
the socialists, globalists, Marxists, and communists who are attacking our civilization have no idea of the sleeping giant they have awoken.
Yes, not woke, awoken. The news, I came up, they said awake but not woke. I'm going with awoken but not waked. It's so much better.
Sleeping giant. They cannot even begin to imagine the brave and righteous spirit they've unleashed in men and women like all of you here today. And this is some crowd. We broke the record again.
Well, I would, if you ask Lee Greenwood nicely, he'll give you another copy. He's got a bunch laying around. We broke the record again. The fuck you did? Look at his face too. That's, I cannot freeze on his face without it being like, oh shit, this is terrible. Oh dear God. This is worse than I thought. Like every time I freeze, that's what his face looks like.
We broke the record again.
Is that in the teleprompter, or are you just fixating on it? We broke the record again. Folks, if I'm ever giving a speech and I say that we broke the record and then I softly follow it up with a repeat of the sentence staring off into the middle distance, we broke the record again. Get a white van, a butterfly net, some medical professionals, put me away.
But they're going to find out the hard way starting on November 8th, and then again, even more so on...
Yeah, even more the hard way. Even more so the hard way.
November 2024, they will find out like never before.
They'll find out like they've never found out before. Fuck. What are they going to find? I'm going to find out harder than I have ever found out hard before. It's hard to find out sometimes. That's, you run into it sometimes. It's hard to get it around.
Once it was reluctantly aroused. It was hard to get it aroused, and it is hard to get it aroused, but we got it aroused. We did it twice, and we'll do it again. We're going to be doing it again.
Whatever it is. I don't know. It's something. It is it. What is it? It's it. What is it? Oh, thank you, Mary. Fear not. This is not someone who's running in 2024. And everybody there in this crowd, it's evenly divided 80-20. Between 20% of the people who are like, this is amazing. He never says anything wrong. It's like his superpower. And then 80% like, oh, fuck. How am I going to spin this to make it look coherent? Jesus Christ. Do I have any friends in the Biden White House that I can call and go, what do you do when he stutters?
Third time. 2022 will be the year that millions of everyday citizens stand up to the left-wing fascists, and they'll continue, and we will all continue together to make America great again.
Over and over. Make America great over and over.
Magoo.
We had it done. The election was rigged.
For fuck's sake. We did it. We fixed everything. There were just enough COVID deaths. We were entered a recession. We were losing jobs at an amazing clip. I'd let China hit us with a bioweapon, and Russia had me by the short and curlies. It was perfect.
They've undone some of it, not all of it. They'll never be able to do all of it.
Undo all of it. I mean, I'm able to do all of it, you know, if I can. I mean, I don't. You know.
It's good to be the king.
Because we'll be acting long before they can do all of it. It was up to them. They'd do everything they could to destroy our country. But we can.
Hey, asshole. First of all, they're not. Second of all, it is up to them because they're actually in charge of something right now. They're not a dude who's like, I'll go if it's less than a block from the golf course. I mean, this is fucking gibberish. Can we let's run that by me again?
They've undone some of it, not all of it. They'll never be able to do all of it because we'll be acting long before they can do all of it. It was up to them. They'd do everything they could to destroy our country.
Okay. Can someone please write that down? Commit it to memory. Set it on fire. It's a state secret. What the fuck is that? I mean, besides a grown man lost on a teleprompter that he is tied to because he hasn't reviewed his speech, and it's got too many do's in a row.
But we can build it back again quickly and even better than before because...
Oh, you mean you want to build back better? Wonder if somebody could come up with like a phrase like build back better. I mean, build it back again better than ever before. I mean, if you could tighten that up, there might even be a bill already on the floor. Jesus.
They have lost all credibility. They've proven during this period of time that their policies are a disaster and that their policies don't work.
Yeah, they're both a disaster, but they're disasters that don't work. So they're not even disasters. They're not even capable of being disastrous.
We'll get voter ID. We'll never defund the police.
Yet neither are the Democrats, fucko. Keep up with why are you doing talking points from the election?
Ridiculous cancel culture will be wiped out entirely.
You're going to cancel it? Thank you. Finally, someone has the guts to cancel culture.
The wall will be quickly completed.
Yeah, all 3 weeks of it or whatever. And are you going to paint it? Because it's starting to rust.
To build the wall, complete the wall in 3 weeks. Took 2.5 years on the wall, 2.5 years to win all of the litigation, over 11 lawsuits that they threw.
Yeah, you mean the private property? Some of which you gave to fucking Mexico? Like, literally, one of the problems they had with building the wall was the area he wanted to do was this butterfly sanctuary, and they built the fucking wall right down the middle of it. And what does that mean? What does that actually, at its root, what happened? They split American territory with the wall, and the other side of the wall is now Mexico. This fucker gave U.S. land to Mexico for the first time since the Mexican-American War.
And we have it just about finished. And then I said, they can't be serious. They don't want to close up the little loops. But nobody's ever had a border so secure as
the little loops. That's the problem. I don't know if you know it. It's basically the little loops. See, the whole wall is held together like a bra strap. It's got little, it's the little loops. What the fuck are you talking about? What loops? What?
I want to close up the little loops, but no.
Sorry. Again, the only reason this is funny is because this asshole told us for years he has the best words. Anybody can make verbal mistakes like this. Anybody can get lost on a teleprompter. But you can't do it after you've gone, watch this, fuckers, your whole life.
Never had a border so secure as the border that we had.
Yes, thank you, COVID.
Will be sealed good and tight, except for people coming into our country legally.
Yes, they will be good and loose. We're going to let loose women in, and they're all going to go straight to, they're going to have Russian anchor babies at Trump Tower, Miami.
The drugs pouring in, the human trafficking will stop, and we will again save our country from destruction.
I mean, COVID deaths being what they are, and the recession. But sure, we'll save it from destruction. Mm-hmm.
I want to thank the American Conservative Union for putting on this incredible show, this great program of patriots.
Yeah, show. I like the word show for this, as in pretense, not genuine patriotism, but fake-riotism. Sure.
And in particular, thank you to Matt and Mercedes Schlapp. Thank you very much.
Is the speech over? He usually saves his congratulatory shit for the end. Thanks for paying for me to come here to the tune of $250,000 because I won't leave my property for for less than that unless I don't have a choice.
We have some great Republican leaders
Oh, this is going to be rough.
tonight also, and we have so many that I'm going to leave some out. It's always a disaster when we do this because they'll say, sir, and it takes me a year to make up. It takes me a year because it's a year before they sit before you again.
Shit! I left your name out last year. I'll say it next year, sir. It takes me a year before I give a fuck again.
But we'll give it the best we can. I want to
Well, yeah, you got to give it the old best we can. We'll give it the best we can. You know that old phrase. Who doesn't say that to themselves? We'll give it the best we can.
and these are great people. These are patriots. Senator
And they're listed.
Rick Scott. Rick. Thank you, Rick. Thank you, Rick. Senator Bill
Thank you, Rick, wherever you are. Rick, are you there? Papa, can you hear me?
Haggerty. Bill, Tennessee. Great state of Tennessee. Thank you, Bill.
Jesus Christ, it's like a bingo match.
And John Kennedy, he's running. It's not going to be much of an election. He's going to win so easily. John, whoa, he's popular. Where's John? Look at John.
This asshole wants to be president again, and they don't even have a seating chart on his podium. They haven't run down with him before. Hey, before you go out, this is where these guys are. John, all the senators to your left, the Schlapps are over here. A couple of them are on the right. That's da-da-da, da-da-da. Okay, I'll remember that. I have the best memory in the world. Where's Rick? Rick, where are you? Where is he?
John? Great.
Where?
John, you're popular, John.
Yeah, John. Oh,
Great
John.
student. You know, he's a great student. Comes from an incredible state. The other senator's not so good in that state, I must be honest. But John Kennedy is fantastic. Went to Oxford. Do you know that? He went to Oxford. He was an incredible student, brilliant guy. And he's
And then what happened?
this all the way. Also, Representatives Madison Cawthorn. Where's Madison?
If he tells him to stand up.
Madison. They're doing everything they can to stop him. They're doing everything, but that will not be successful.
Yeah, they have this horrible thing that they're doing to Madison Cawthorn, which is printing what he says and pointing out what he's saying.
Oh, will it? Mark Green. Mark. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Mark. Thank you. A person who's very shy, doesn't like speaking her mind, but she does it anyway. Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Yeah. Sarcasm and verbal irony only work when you hold them and not betray the fact that you've read the thing and you don't know that that's not actually materially true.
Where's Marjorie?
She's not there. She's out actually raising money because she's making more money for the Republican Party than you are.
A man that knows me almost better than any human being.
Now, does this mean he knows you better than he knows the other human beings in his life? Or does he know, is he the one person that knows you better than any of the other human beings in your life? Meaning, does he have a hateful and shitty relationship with his family? Or is he the only person you like in the world? We'll find out.
He knows every inch of me.
Oh, dear God. Ronnie Jackson. Oh, gross. What?
Almost better than any human being. He knows every inch of me. And he thinks it's actually a very beautiful sight. That's why.
Oh. Come on. No way.
That's why I like it.
Hey, maybe he's opening up. Maybe he discovered something about himself during the exam and he's exploring. People who are, fledgling discovering their sexuality, it can be a little tense.
He was the White House doctor.
Moon River.
And also for Obama and for Bush. And I'd love to ask him who's in the best shape.
Barack Obama. Do yourself a favor. Rumor has it, the other two guys are packing. Not you.
He was also an incredible admiral, highly respected by everybody.
Yeah,
he was
everybody.
a great admiral. He
was respected by everybody that he passed out quaaludes to.
So he was a great doctor, a great admiral, and you know what he is now? He's an incredible, loving, wonderful, but very tough politician from Texas.
Loving politician, a loving politician. Do you think he was going to go to father and husband and also a great senator, and he just went, fuck it, let's just stack all the adjectives together?
Congressman Ronnie Jackson. Thank you, Ronnie. We love Ronnie.
Remember when you did that to me? Remember, Ronnie, when you did that?
Drop your shorts and bend over, Mr. Babar.
Oh, he farted. Anytime he adjusts his jacket, that's him farting.
He said President Trump is the healthiest president in history. If he didn't eat junk food, he'd live for 200 years. That got us into a lot of trouble. Right, Ronnie?
Yes, it's insane.
That statement got us into trouble, but that's okay. We all love you, Ronnie. Thank you. Great job.
Well, it made everybody worry because nobody would look at your numbers and say that. And the fact that he did meant that you were not getting good health advice, and therefore the president of the United States has a yes man for his physician. And whether you're a decent leader or not, if the American president goes down, thus goes the stock market and a bunch of other shit worldwide.
Great job.
Great job. Yes, great job.
Drop your shorts and bend over, Mr. Babar.
You using the whole fist, Doc?
Who really loves our country and who's loved in the state of Florida, Matt Gaetz. Where's Matt?
Yes, he's also loved when he pays for it in the state of Georgia, and sometimes on airplanes. And often, I mean, I wouldn't call it loved. The person's usually drugged. He's drugged others. Yeah.
Thank you, Matt. Good guy.
Wherever he is. What? Good guy? That's amazing.
Thank you, Matt. Good guy.
Yeah, that's that. There you go. That won't come back to bite you in the ass in a few weeks.
Former congressman and now happens to be working on a little project called Truth Social.
Excuse me, it's pronounced Troot.
Which has been trending at the top all over the place.
Yes, as a huge fucking mess. Yes, it's getting a lot of attention. How poorly it rolled out, how badly it's doing. Though, don't get me wrong, I'm still waiting. It's, I'm still there. I'm still got my fingers crossed that my account's gonna one day. So I can truth and I can retruth and nothing but the truth. The Troot.
It's gonna give our voice back.
Yeah, isn't it? Yeah. So I nothing I think is, sure, you might want to tour the world with a rock band, but what's better than is really singing in the shower in a cul-de-sac in an empty neighborhood.
And he's tough as hell.
So hell isn't very tough, is what you're saying. That's good to know.
Congressman Devin Nunes. Devin, where is Devin? Devin, he's tough.
Are any of these fuckers there?
And I don't have all these names, but I happened to see a star. 128-1 in wrestling. He was serious. Don't wrestle him.
Gymnasium Jordan.
And who, every time he...
Yes, also, don't wrestle him and don't allow your male children, your minor children, around him or any of his friends if they want to take up wrestling. Send them someplace else.
On television, it's like a fight. He gets on, he's got one point, the other point, and there's nobody...
Yes, he's very pointy.
Like him. And if you ever saw him work out, he just, the machine starts to burn, the treadmill starts to go up on fire. He's still in...
Yeah, they start to go up on fire, and that's pretty common. I think.
They just explode. He meant explosive in terms of fire. Shape, but he's a tough cookie, all-American wrestler, and nobody like him, really. There's nobody like him. Congressman Jim Jordan. Congressman Jim Jordan. And Polly.
Oh, he farted again. It's just it's a gassy speech today.
And Polly produced one All-American or two? Is it two? One? Two, she said two. Two All-American wrestlers. Then I said, are you better than your father was? He said, no, sir. Nobody's better than my father was. That's only a son could say that, right? Right, Polly?
Yes, a son would have to say that because they would need a father. Yeah.
Jim, thank you for being...
Only someone with parents can compliment their parents, I think, really.
Great people. And Governor Kevin Stitt. We know Governor Stitt. He's here someplace. Governor Stitt. And by the way, I noticed a patriot in our midst, Mike Lindell. Will you stand up?
Mike Pillow is, of course, there. Squirt, squirt. Look at that. It's Mike Lindell gets to go right in the eyeball.
He's a patriot. He's a patriot.
Of what country? Clearly not this one.
He's a great guy, too. He spent his life, over 2 years, he spent a whole life. I will tell you what he does.
He spent his whole life. You mean he ruined his entire fortune chasing your bullshit over the last 2 years? Holy shit, what a Freudian slip that was. He was just about to go. He spent his whole life smoking crack. And then he was like, helping us out. He spent the whole life in the last 2 years. He spent every dime he has chasing my bullshit.
He goes through what he believes. He's a great patriot. Thank you, Mike, very much. Another great patriot.
Yes, he believes he's a great patriot. He's not, but he believes he is.
She is doing incredibly well in Arizona. She was the anchor. She was the anchor for 22 years. I hate to say that long. Was that about right? 22 years, and people loved her. And she's beautiful inside and out. You know, you're not allowed to say that anymore. It's politically incorrect, but it's true.
You're not allowed to say someone is beautiful inside and out? Well, I guess if you're not a doctor and you've walked into the gynecologist's office and yeah.
Beautiful inside and out. She's an incredible woman. Carrie, like.
You're not supposed to say that, so I'm going to say it again. Who gives a shit?
Carrie, like, everybody.
By the way, do you notice how much these assholes coast on the idea that their freedoms have been taken away when they assert that their freedom has been taken away and nobody's taking it away? You're not even allowed to do this anymore, but I'm going to do it anyways. Well, then obviously you're allowed to do it.
She is leading big. Wow, I just looked at a poll, Carrie, and, well, you never know, right? So just keep working. Just keep working, but you're leading very big, and you're doing a fantastic job. Thank you very much. And there's so many other people here. If I see them, if you don't mind, during the course of the speech, I'll just bring them out. This way it saves me a lot of problems for the rest of the year, or when they vote against me at some point. They'll vote against me because I didn't mention their name. You know, they're politicians, and they're vicious people.
Gee, what kind of paranoid bullshit is this? This is your party. These are your supporters. These are the people on your side of the aisle. If you don't mention them during your CPAC speech, they will vote against you. Fuck my constituents. Who cares if the road needs repairing? Who need lead pipes and broadband and healthcare and military spending and the budget? Fuck the debt ceiling. I don't care if America collapses. That asshole forgot my name.
Somebody said, sir, you've been in business, you've been in entertainment, The Apprentice, and you've been in politics.
Yes, and you failed at all three.
Who are the toughest? Who are the worst? I said, the worst are the politicians. The toughest are the politicians. The meanest are the politicians.
Oh, you mean the people who actually do shit? Because you weren't really in construction. Your dad was. You're just a second generation rich kid who got your dad's company and then ran it into the ground. And The Apprentice was puffery. It was bullshit. It was ironic. It was funny. What's more ridiculous than someone trying to live up to the Trump standard of good business skills?
Biggest lying scum of the politicians.
And that's why I wanted to be one. I'll fit right in. By the way, he just named a bunch of politicians. Every single person he mentioned is either running to be a politician or has been one for a very long time. They're all lying scum. Right, Jim Jordan? Anyways, lying scum, Matt Gaetz. And the scummiest Marjorie Taylor Greene. If you even wanted to be one, can you imagine being scummy enough to want to run for office? And I may again, we'll see. But the scumminess.
Like Adam Shifty Schiff. Where do you meet people like this?
Well, in Congress, because he still has a job.
He actually made up a story about my phone call with the president
No, he didn't.
of Ukraine, who, by the way, is a brave man. He's hanging in. He's a brave man.
He's brave. You have to be brave to go up against the guy that I tried to kneecap him with all these years.
And I like him because, you know, during that ridiculous impeachment waste of time, and the Republicans stood by us, we were 196-0. When did you ever hear Republicans do that? But this was truly a scam. But the president of Ukraine said he did nothing wrong. He could have said he did something, or he thought, well, I wasn't appropriate. You know.
Yeah, asshole, the election was still coming up. You could have been in there and he would have been squozed between two egomaniacal strongmen. Of course he was being nice about it.
All the crap you have to listen to, right? He said he did absolutely nothing. I called him up to congratulate him on his victory.
And then he said, I want to buy some javelins because our intelligence and your intelligence is telling us that when Vladimir Putin invades, and he's planning on invading, he's going to come by ground with a lot of tanks, and we're going to need javelins. Okay, I'm going to need a favor, though. That was Trump's response.
That he did nothing wrong, absolutely nothing wrong.
Yeah, he doesn't know our law.
I'm glad that tape was going. Those transcribers were writing during that call, because otherwise... Do we even have to do this bullshit? Hold on one second. While this is going on, new window, bring it up. Let's see. Trump, Zelensky, whoops, call, transcript. I don't care. Let's see. Political. There's the full text in PDF. There we go. Give me the PDF. I want to see the one that comes straight. There it is. Here we go. Come on, break it out. This is the whole thing. This is good stuff. You mean this thing the transcribers were putting out? Caution. A memorandum of a telephone conversation, telecon, is not a verbatim transcript of a discussion. The text in this document records the notes and recollections of Situation Room duty officers and NSC policy staff assigned to listen and memorialize the conversation in written form as the conversation takes place. A number of factors can affect the accuracy of the record, including poor telecommunications, connections and variations in accent, and/or interpretation. The word inaudible is used to indicate portions of a conversation that the note-taker was unable to hear. And you get down here to this whole thing like, where is your from this side, they do agree with you 100%. So good. Oh, it's awesome. So good. We thank you for your support. We are buying American oil, but I'm hopeful for a future meeting. Blah, blah, blah. Where's the prosecution? Oh, yeah, here it is. Once again, in our country, I also like great people in addition to the president of Ukraine. Yeah, here it is. Thank you for your great support in the area of defense. We are ready to continue to cooperate for the next step. Specifically, we're almost ready to buy more javelins from the United States for defense purposes. I would like you to do us a favor, though. I would like to buy more javelins. I would like you to do us a favor, though, because our country's been through a lot. By the way, oh, thanks for reminding me. You're watching Hal Sparks Megaworldwide, the only person online that does the whole speech and nothing but the speech. So help us all, good Lord. Like and subscribe, give a thumbs up, support the show in any way you can. There's a little Venmo thing right here. You can point your phone at it and buy me a cup of coffee or something like that. And then I'm in Michigan next week doing stand-up Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Mostly in the Grand Rapids area. Park Theater in Holland, Michigan on Wednesday night. Here we go. But this is what we're dealing with. We're dealing with some people that are truly evil, truly bad people. Let me also express my enormous gratitude to every...
Oh, yeah, by the way, he is, I mean, besides Matt Gaetz, yeah.
Single one of you here today in the audience. We appreciate you being here. It's a great crowd. That's a lot of.
Yeah, it's a lot of people on the right side of the room. It's a little
And
dry
that's
over
a
there.
lot of fake news. Look at all those cameras up there. Wow.
No, no one is covering this. That's RSBN and these other fuckers. These are pool reporters and locals. That's campaign cameras. That's the cameras that the schlaps put up is over there.
That's a lot of people. And my friends from North Carolina, they've come to 92. Our beautiful friends, they've come to I think it's 92 rallies and CPACs and other things. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Great. Hey.
I don't know if their husbands are happy about it, but they are beautiful people.
They're relieved, I would say.
People, thank you very much. Thank you for your dedication. You know what? The bottom line, they love our country. They love our country.
Oh, yeah? Then why aren't they traveling all over the country, like doing charity work or something, helping out? Why don't they go to disaster zones and bring a broom? Why don't they bake cookies for soldiers or something like that? Or, you know, is it that they come to all the rallies because they love the country or because they like your bigoted bullshit?
Thank you. Appreciate it. So we've been together from the very beginning in this journey, and we are a long way from being done because...
Yeah, it's so poetic. I'm glad he's kicking back into the real speech. I'm moved. I know you're moved. It's a movement.
We had something very bad happen, and we have to keep it going. We're not going to have a country left. For an amazing 48 years, CPAC has helped to conserve...
Yes, something bad happened. It's been around for 48 years, and then the Trump years came out, and then...
And defend our magnificent American heritage. And this year we're being vividly reminded how fragile and precious that heritage really is. I never knew how important being president was. I was president.
Really? You never knew? You never thought? Never occurred to you that being president would be important until after you stopped?
4 years, I think I did a great job. We did things that nobody could do.
We did things that nobody could do. Well, then I guess they didn't get done because nobody can... Unless you're saying you're a nobody? I don't know. Is that a double negative?
But
no. See that? They're yelling 4 more years, and he's like, nah, pass. Thank you. Yes, that's how it comes out of you vocally when you were president of the United States for 4 years, and they want you to be president again. Thank you. Oh, thank you. We'll have to see what's going to happen.
the importance of the president, when I look at what's happening to our country today, the president is such an important representative. Now, we obviously know that. But just a wrong word or a wrong, like a yawn.
Yeah. Yes, that's right. A yawn. A yawn can fuck up the world. Not, I can't imagine why it would be Russia. Shit like that. That's not a problem. A yawn.
Or going to sleep very early, like at 4 o'clock.
As opposed to what? Being blazing awake on stimulants 18 hours a day and being totally useless and coming out gacked up on so many variations of methamphetamines and Adderall that you go, maybe if we stuck a light bulb up your ass and you drank some bleach, that'll burn it out.
No, you just can't. It's just such.
Hold on. I am dreaming of seizing the Sudetenlands. I mean, Ukraine. This is already... Taunton's already a part of Minehead. You know that? And Mr. Hilta, he say...
Important. It's so important, psychologically so important for our country.
Yes, it's psychologically important. Yeah, you can get all the stuff done materially, but we got to have like a showboating president. Not somebody who's actually doing the job. You have to look like you're doing the job. You know, that's why we need an apprentice. We don't need a real businessman like somebody from Shark Tank or Mark Cuban as our first businessman executive. No, we need the bullshit character actor version of it from The Apprentice.
Never really realized to that extent. I knew it was important, but you assume you're going to be doing certain things that are right. We rebuilt our economy and energy independence and all of those things, but
we are currently energy independent. By the way, Man Oshevitz, that was a fun little data point. Where's that guy? Maybe it's in here. Is it this guy? Right. No, that was the Afghanistan stuff. Hold on one second. Biden. Can I just sneak into CPAC and put this on the screen behind him? Wouldn't that be the fucking best? If I could just like it's like in this CPAC business, it would just start fading through, and then all of a sudden, where is it? Yeah. So Biden has given out 34% more leases for oil and natural gas than Trump did in his first year, and set a record in offshore wind. You see that there's actually a strategy in place instead of like, I don't know, what country makes oil? I can build something there.
Also have to portray a strength to the outside world.
Yes, portray the strength. Don't actually have it. Pretend you have it.
Otherwise, they're going to walk all over you, and that's what they're doing right now. You could take the
no, they are not.
worst presidents in American history and put them together, and they would not have done the damage that Joe Biden and his administration has done in just a very short 13 months.
Yeah, just the infrastructure bill alone. Just the extra, like 2% above what Trump spent on the defense budget. The additional, 2 to 5% that Biden added to that. The rescue package, hideous. Rural broadband, what the fuck? What's he trying to do to us? Yeah, 5.4% growth. We're near full employment. One of the reasons we have all these empty jobs all over the place is because we are kicking out so many immigrants. Oh yeah, and we're not in Afghanistan anymore.
And no matter how you look at it, our country has totally lost its self-confidence.
Fuck off. Speak for yourself. You guys lost. This is why you feel this way. Let me explain something to you. The reason you all feel like shit is because you tried your plan in the court of public opinion and you fucked it into a cocked hat. You lost by 7 million in the popular vote. You got trounced in the Electoral College. You lost the Senate. And even in the transition where the Democrats should have lost New Jersey and Virginia, because that's what happens. It alternates with whoever's in power every time. We still kept Virginia. I'm not demoralized. Have you seen my fucking show? Because I'm proud to be an American for real.
Country have no confidence anymore. But
no, yes, they don't. We don't have any confidence anymore. It's just, I don't know how. I think we all just don't know. Like, I don't know. I feel very reserved, and I'm just afraid. You know, I'm afraid to go out and be myself. You know what I mean? I just don't know how to. You know, it's like, maybe I'm shy. Maybe that's it. Maybe. I don't know.
We'll get it back, and we'll get it back stronger.
I hope so. My goodness, I hope so. That would be nice.
Than ever before.
I wish you would say that phrase more often. I find it invigorating. Than ever before. You know what you should do? You should take that phrase and just tack it onto every third sentence. Don't turn your back on me. I have newfound confidence.
Whoever heard of that? Whoever
Not me.
heard of that? Our country has lost its self-confidence. Whoever heard of
Yeah, so what kind of an asshole writes that in a teleprompter? No, you know what I mean? Whoever heard of such a phrase? Why would some asshole do that to you? Why would he put it in your teleprompter? Look at you clearly reading it.
Whoever thought you'd be hearing, but it's true, we've lost our self-confidence.
Yeah, who would even think that you would, like, somebody like you would come in and make it up and tell you that it has to be true? You wouldn't just come out and tell people that that America has lost confidence to a bunch of people who've lost confidence because they fucked up and they're projecting it onto other people. You wouldn't do that. You'd never do that. That's not the kind of person you are. It'd never happen.
When you see the way we withdrew, when you see the things that
the phrase is pulled out, which I am against.
stupidity, the open border concept. Who wants this? Prisons.
No, technically nobody. Well, no, that's not true. Fox News talks about open borders all the time. They're always saying, our border's open, the border's open. Hey, the border's open. Anybody can come in they want to. Anybody wants to come in, just come on in. Come on in, just come on in. The border's open. You turn on Fox News, they'll say that. They're the ones who say that. MSNBC doesn't say that. CNN doesn't say that. They should. They should say it would say whatever Fox says.
The country is being emptied out into our country. Just over.
Yes, yeah. There's no one in Mexico right now. I'm thinking of learning Spanish just so I can go there and start a new Mexico.
1 year ago, we had the most secure border in U.S. history. Record.
Well, 1 year ago, Joe Biden was president. I'm confused. I don't know what you're saying.
Gas prices, American energy independence, the fastest economic recovery.
Yeah, that's still true, though. That's still true. I mean, you know, I understand you've lost your confidence. That happens, you know what I mean, when your penis ceases to work. But the rest of us are fine.
History of our country, fastest economic recovery in history.
Right, and this year, though, or last year, 2021.
Unrivaled military. We rebuilt the military and we added Space Force on top of it.
Well, you'd have to go on top of it. Otherwise, it'd be like Aquaforce or something like that. You know what I mean?
Peace and quiet was all around the world.
Yes, there was peace and quiet all around the world because no one could go out because of COVID. That's why.
Now inflation is the highest in 40 years.
Well, yeah, but it's lower than it was in 82. But that's there. All right, this face is making me feel weird. That hurts. That's my super self-confidence guy.
Talking about $5, $6, $7, and even $8 a gallon gasoline. Supply chains are crumbling. Store shelves are empty. Millions of illegal aliens are rushing our border.
Yes, Yes, they're rushing across the border with items to fill our shelves. We are stopping all the stock boys at the border.
Murders are setting records in our cities. The street.
Yes, yeah. There's one dude who can murder while he can spin 9 plates. The record used to be 8.5.
Our Democrat-run cities are drenched in blood.
Whoa. Are what? Sorry? Are drenched in blood.
Cities. The streets of our Democrat-run cities are drenched in blood. A radical left zealot has been nominated to the Supreme Court of the United States.
A radical left zealot. A radical left zealot. Those are 3 words, not one. A radical left zealot. He means black lady. That translation, black lady. Oh, you mean the lady that Lindsey Graham voted for the circuit court? Yeah.
China is threatening Taiwan. Russia is decimating Ukraine. Iran is on the cusp of a nuclear bomb. We ended the worst and most dangerous deal I've ever seen, and now they want to.
And yes, and then they started making a bomb, and now they're close to having that bomb, and we're trying to have a deal again so they don't make a bomb. Weird.
Back to it, the Iran nuclear deal. America and our great.
Yeah, you mean the one that was keeping them from having a bomb?
Military has been humiliated in its surrender from Afghanistan, and that's what it was.
Fuck you, it was not a surrender. You negotiated the exit. What the fuck? Listen to this shit.
Been humiliated in its surrender from Afghanistan, and that's what it was. It was a surrender for no reason whatsoever.
You negotiated it. You set the date. The fuck? How does he get to go to CPAC and shit talk the military and our soldiers because of a decision he fucking made?
We wanted to get out, but we had to get out with strength and with dignity.
Oh yeah? Where's the strength and dignity plan? Can you put it up on that screen behind you? Did you have a big fuck? Just show us the map.
And a major war in Europe may very well erupt. That's how they start. Exactly what's happening today. This is how they start.
Is that how they start? They start small, do they? They start with the annexation of land by a lunatic that you consider a friend.
Joe Biden has turned calm into chaos.
Yeah, he did this. Yeah. Why, Biden, hey, why did you make Vladimir Putin station 200,000 troops, tanks, and MRAPs and aircraft around the east and south of Ukraine? Why would you do that? Why'd you do that to him? Why would you make Putin? He didn't want to do it. Putin didn't want to do it. You made him do it. Why in the world did you make him do it? It's not fair. Hold on. Why'd you do it? Why Joe Biden? Why did you make Putin do all this? He was fine. Everything was fine. It was all calm. And we were just going to give him Ukraine and he was going to take it and shut up and everything. And then Biden had to come in and you made him do it.
Competence into incompetence. Stability.
Yeah, that's how it works. It goes from competence to incompetence. Like an after you stub your toe, fucking hell.
Into anarchy and security.
Hold on, wait, wait. I gotta stop crying. This is just wrong. Hold on. What to anarchy?
Into chaos. Competence
chaos.
into incompetence. Stability into anarchy. And security.
Remember how stable our cities were in 2020 with the George Floyd protests? Remember the stability? I was like, fuck, man, I don't know if I can deal with all this stability. You know, I had a bunch of friends who like to shop at Target, for example, who were like, I don't know, this Target's too stable. And by stable, I mean constantly on fire.
To catastrophe. The Russian attack on Ukraine is appalling. It's an outrage and an atrocity that should never have been allowed to occur. It never would have.
Oh, yeah? How did it never should have been allowed to occur? All right, how do you stop it? How do you stop it? By calling him friend? By going, you know what? They shouldn't have had to attack. We should have just given him Ukraine, because that's the only fucking answer. The fuck is he talking about?
Occurred. We are praying for the proud people of Ukraine. God bless them all. God bless them all.
Yeah, Tucker's not, and Jimmy Dore isn't, and Matt Gaetz isn't. They just like the fact that they all have Kalashnikovs. We're praying for them to get wiped out so that Putin can have the land and then he can give me the presidency again.
Thank you. They are indeed.
Yes, thank you. No, thank you. That's very sweet of you to applaud me for saying such nice things. Thank you for noticing how much I care about Jesus Christ.
Brave. As everyone understands, this horrific disaster would never have happened if our election was not rigged and if I was the president.
Oh, look at that. Somebody yells, "You are the president." Yeah, no, he's not. Also, the reason it wouldn't have happened in this format is you would have just given him Ukraine.
Was not rigged.
Listen.
And if I was the president. Very simple. It wouldn't have happened.
You are the president. You are the president.
Under Bush, Russia invaded Georgia. Under Obama, Russia took Crimea. Under Biden, Russia invaded Ukraine. I stand as the only president of the 21st century
who offered Putin recognition of the two areas, offered Putin entry into the G7, and was on the path to giving him Ukraine. Everybody else was against him taking over a sovereign country. I was for it.
Watch, Russia did not invade another country.
Dude, you gave them our bases in Syria. Fucking hell. Hold on. No thing ever happened. This is while I was president, no one, they didn't try to take Ukraine. They were too busy taking 3 of our military bases. And I didn't notice because I was too busy taking 10,000 troops out of Germany and gutting NATO so that Russia wouldn't have a problem with them in 5 years. Boopity boopity boo. Yes, it's weird that Putin didn't feel like he had to fight with you at all. Murderous, evil thug that he is, you're like, buddy! And he's like, pal! So what I want to do tonight is tell you my solution to this. I want to show you the plan we had to exit Afghanistan with power and strength and beauty and power and strength. And of course, my plan to solve the Ukrainian process. As a matter of fact, they're going to bring out a phone right now, and I'm going to call Vladimir personally. I know him personally. I'm going to call him. I have his bunker number. We chit-chat every night on the phone. And I'm going to call him up and fix this shit right now. And the way I'm going to do it is to tell him I'm going to dismantle NATO if he gets me elected again. Mussolini face.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. When you say USA, I know you mean me. The United States of a-hole. That's what you're really saying. Not the United States. You're not chanting for America. You're chanting for me. Thank you. Because you understand that, like King Arthur, Excalibur, and England, the land and the king are one.
Gave Ukraine the javelins that everyone is now talking about, and millions of dollars of other military equipment.
Because you had to, because Congress already allocated it to them.
The Obama administration gave them blankets. You remember? They gave them blankets. They said, we need more than blankets. No.
Yeah, the people running it at the time were Russian sock puppets. They hadn't fully broomed out the Russians, so we didn't want to give them lethal weaponry that they might turn on their own people and seize more territory, fucko. This is one of the most amazing parts of this. This is like one of those things where people just don't recognize that time passes forward.
Blankets. They sent them blankets. Thank you very much.
Yes, because Yanukovych and Poroshenko Yanukovych was working with Paul Manafort, who ended up working for this asshole, and then Poroshenko was surrounded by like Russian criminals everywhere. That's why we had to intercede. And a lot of them were in the military.
Under our leadership, the world was a peaceful place because America was strong, and the perception of our country.
It was a peaceful place because everyone was dying of COVID. You know, my plan to let a pandemic roll over the world to remind everybody, get our priorities straight. By the way, you're watching Hal Sparks Megaworldwide. Like and subscribe. Give a thumbs up if you can right now. If you haven't already, it's right there. Just do it. Just click the little thumbs up if you're having a good time. If you've stayed this long, it's worth a thumbs up, honestly. Even if you hate it, it's worth a thumbs up because you've enjoyed hate watching it this long.
It's perhaps like it had never been before. Powerful, cunning, and smart. We were a smart country. Now
we're a dumb country. We were always dumb until I was in there and one term, and then now we're dumb again.
Stupid country.
No, America's a stupid country. There you go. Rah rah. Could somebody please hum the national anthem while he says this?
We always very simply put America first. That was the answer. With the Abraham Accords, we had peace.
Yes, we had peace in the Middle East. No one has created more peace between countries that weren't actually fighting than Donald Trump. Talk about, just feather lifting.
The Middle East. We had peace in Europe. China knew that it could no longer take advantage of the United States.
No, we have a new Patreon. Thank you so much.
And I was proud to be the first president in decades who did not get our country into any wars. I got you out of wars.
What the fuck was Syria? We're still there. He took out the majority of the troops and sent them to Saudi Arabia, where they are watching oil fields and refineries. You didn't get us out of Afghanistan, fucko. You didn't even have a plan. Hey, he's going for the triple Lindy.
Thank you. Thank you. Under our administration, Russia respected America just like every other country respected America, and they really respected us a lot.
No, they didn't. They thought you were a lunatic, but you had your thumb on the button, and we have the biggest economy in the world, so everybody had to take you seriously, even though you were an inserious human being.
But now Joe Biden is seen as a weak, and I hate to say it because I want him to do a great job. I really want him to do
Well, good. Sit back. He's doing fine.
I don't care. I would much rather have him do a great job than a poor job. But nobody could ever believe how bad
Your bullshit.
and weak and grossly incompetent it has been. And when you have a weak president who is not respected by other nations, you have a very chaotic world.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's the lack of respect. That's got to be a tough one for Fox to put out. Broadcast networks praise Biden for cementing the fractured NATO alliance. Ouch. Let's see. Let's see. Hold on. Let's see. No, thanks. Thank you. NATO leaders agree to bolster Eastern forces after invasion. U.S. President Joe Biden, whoops, get out of here, and his NATO counterparts agreed Friday to send thousands of troops back by air and naval support to protect allies near Russia and Ukraine in response to President Vladimir Putin's decision to invade the organization's top civil official. Speaking after chairing a NATO summit, Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg said the 30-nation organization will send parts of the NATO response. Yeah, it's weak. It's falling apart. Chaotic is what I would say. This doesn't look like agreement. Yeah, and they don't respect him. They won't even meet with him. It's oh shit. After the G7 summit, Biden is meeting with allies at NATO's summit. So it was friendly. It was different. President Biden was welcomed by these other leaders of leading democracies in a way that they never felt comfortable with former President Trump. There was always a sense that they were walking on eggshells with former President Trump, and that was definitely not the vibe that came from this meeting. Biden has consistently said his message was America is back, and then you heard similar praise from people like French President Emmanuel Macron, and concluding news conference today, Biden said this: I have felt a genuine sense of enthusiasm that America was back at the table, fully engaged. Fully engaged. So, Tam, what issues were they engaged on? I don't know, White House called these pledges, blah, blah, blah. Like, this idea, like, he just doesn't like the fact that they all like Biden.
The world hasn't been this chaotic since World War II. I think we can say that.
What the fuck are you talking about? Do you remember 9/11? Or you just remember your bullshit made-up stories about 9/11?
I can say that very strongly.
No, yes, you can say anything very strongly. It doesn't make it true.
I have no doubt.
Remember the Cold... By the way, and the Cold War, the chaos of the Cold War, are you out of your fucking mind?
That
Thank you,
President
Heather.
Putin made his decision to ruthlessly attack Ukraine only after watching the pathetic withdrawal from Afghanistan, where the military...
Yeah, he's like, we got to get in there before they reroute this money to something else. Oop, too late.
...was taken out first. Our soldiers were killed. And American hostages plus $85 billion worth of the finest equipment anywhere in the world were left behind.
Okay, again, $85 billion is all the gear from 20 years that we gave to the Afghans and the training involved in teaching them how to use it or teaching them tactics and all that kind of stuff. That's $85 billion. $32 billion of it was destroyed in 2014. 2016, we blew up another $12 billion worth of shit. We started destroying elements of it while he was president with the idea that we were getting out. Hostages. Get the fuck out of here.
Yesterday, reporters asked me if I thought President Putin was smart. I said, of course he's smart, to which I was greeted with, oh, that's such a terrible thing to say.
You didn't say he was smart. You called him a genius. Let's see. Pretty smart. He's taking over the country for $2 worth of saying, okay, that was one of the things he said. Was that he was pretty smart. That was before, I'll look up the actual genius quote. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, he said he was smart. No, thank you. Just smart? Is that all you said? He's just smart? It's a smart thing, kill a bunch of people, hold a gun to your cousin's head, and threaten their lives with your soldiers if they choose to direct their own behavior. All we've ever done, they weren't invited to join NATO recently or anything like that, was the standard open agreement, which is if anybody wants to join, they certainly can. They have the right to. That's what Putin wants. He wants to dictate who can join what alliances and when. Sorry, fuck off. That ain't how freedom works. It's not how democracy works. They don't have to join, but they're not going to be automatically excluded. There's standards they have to meet, including they can't have territorial disputes inside their country, which includes those two areas, which is why he seized them. Because if you have disputed territories in your country, you can't join NATO. That's why Putin recognized them. That's why he started the whole thing in 2014 to begin with. Republican leaders, political candidates are fuckers. Let's see. Officials pointing to the growing divide. Trump, Magoo, blah, blah, blah. I went in yesterday. There was a television screen, and I said, this is genius. Putin declares a big portion of Ukraine. Putin declares that it's independent. Oh, that's wonderful. Trump told a conservative podcaster. I said, how smart is that? And he's going to go in and be a peacekeeper. We could use that on our southern border. He's a guy who's very savvy, whom he knows very, very well. Well, then fucking call him and tell him to knock it off. You're both, like peeing in mason jars and breathing your own farts.
I'd like to tell the truth. Yes, he's smart. The NATO nations, and indeed the world, as he looks over what's happening strategically with no repercussions or threats whatsoever, they're not so smart. They're looking the opposite of smart. If you take over...
So, smart is invading a sovereign country. And answering that smart with smart, your own version of smart would be threatening nuclear war over that. Allowing someone to bait you into a nuclear war by attacking a sovereign country. Sounds good. Yeah.
Ukraine.
Sounds stable.
We're going to sanction you, they say. Sanction? Well, that's a pretty weak statement. Putin is saying, oh, they're going to sanction me. They sanctioned me for the last 25 years. You mean I can take over a whole country and they're going to sanction me? You mean they're not going to blow us to pieces, at least psychologically?
Yes, we're psychologically, we're going to blow him to pieces. What the fuck? What is that fallback? They're going to sanction me? They're not going to blow us to pieces? First of all, it's not the Russian people's fault that he's a goddamn lunatic. What are we going to do? Nuke Russia because he makes weird decisions that even his cabinet isn't for? Guys, can we take a moment? BB, you're absolutely right. It's a good point to bring up. We are so lucky that this fucker is nowhere near the halls of power. He's just a fucking lunatic. Good Lord.
The problem
thank you.
Is not that Putin is smart, which of course he's smart, but the real problem is that our leaders are dumb.
Oh yeah? They're dumb, are they? Why? Because they don't want World War III? And that they're using, strategically, they're using sanctions and funneling arms and support to Ukraine and supporting any exodus of refugees, for example, during that. And because we've given them all these weapons and because we're coordinating with our NATO partners, they're in a position where they're actually holding the line, which no one thought they could do.
Dumb. So dumb.
So how dumb? Your NATO is so dumb. He thinks LMNOP is one letter.
And they so far allowed him to get away with this travesty and assault on humanity. That's what it is. This is an assault on humanity. So sad.
Okay, so it's an assault on humanity. So it's genocide, essentially. You're making the same case that he made for going into the Donbass region. So his pretext for attacking Ukraine and starting a war with them, rolling troops in and killing people, shelling civilian areas. 3 little kids have been killed. A bunch of adults, bunch of soldiers, bunch of civilians. There's going to be tens of thousands dead by the time this is over. And his pretext was the Ukrainians were doing terrible, terrible stuff. And so am I to take it that you believe that since Putin is doing terrible, terrible stuff, that's all the pretext we need, and the missiles are away, hallelujah.
Putin is playing Biden like a drum, and it's not a pretty thing as somebody that loves our country to watch. Just not a pretty thing to watch. You know, I was with Putin a lot. I spent a lot.
Also, playing him like a drum, what the fuck are you talking about? Like how? Because you have to lay out a compensatory move. You have to go, we should have taken this. We should have, blah, blah, blah. We should instantly make them a part of NATO and put forces on the ground. Like, put up or fucking shut up. Nothing. Good Lord. I owe Eric an apology. He's not the dumbest Trump anymore.
I'm with him. I got along with him. I got along with President Xi. I got along with Kim Jong-un.
Yeah. Weirdly. And you didn't get along with the heads of democracies. The fuck was that about?
Massive nuclear power. It's a good thing to get along with people, not a bad thing. You can be very tough and get along. You know, I'm the one that ended his pipeline.
By the way, you didn't end the pipeline. They were still building it.
That you're killing me with the pipeline. Nobody else ended his pipeline. Biden came in. He approved it. But I did a lot of things that were very tough on Russia. No president would.
They coordinated with Germany because Germany needs the oil and gas and help them find a way out of it. Also, Biden also yeah, there we go. Biden administration sanctions Russian insurer for Nord Stream 2. Also doesn't allow any U.S. insurance companies to insure Nord Stream 2. So if anything happens to it, if it's a pretty nice pipeline you got there, so it'd be a shame if someone were to set fire to that. I mean, he doesn't even know that these are possibilities strategically. And again, I've said this before. Shit, right now, the vast majority of the LNG and oil that they're doing is either sent by boat or by truck. And if you wanted to stop it, if you wanted to sanction it, if you wanted to cut it off in the future and say, that's it, no more, you'd have to blow up those boats, sink them, or blow up the trucks, killing people. Now, you just fuck up a pipeline. That's the point. Now, Russia already jumped the gun on this, so it's never going to happen. But that strategically is why you would want the pipeline to exist. and it works with all the other pipelines. The BRI, that's one of the things that China is recognizing when they're trying to run their pipelines through Afghanistan. Good luck.
Never as tough on Russia as I was. And I'd come in the fake news.
Because you had to, because the Senate and the House passed sanctions.
Would say, Trump loves Russia. He loves Russia. Then we had the Russia hoax, which is now with Durham and Mueller and all the rest, just a total hoax. It was a made-up, fictional story. But with respect to what's going on now, it would have been so easy for me to stop this travesty from happening. He understood me.
Yeah?
And he
How?
understood that I didn't play games. This would not have happened.
Yeah, you wouldn't have played games. You would have just nuked Moscow. Okay.
Someday I'll tell you exactly what we talked about.
Yeah, why don't you tell us fucking now? It doesn't matter. You're not president anymore. He's a lunatic. We're basically at war with him. Tell us. Say it. The fuck are you hiding? That's why you should have written or had somebody fucking ghostwrite a book instead of putting out an Instagram album.
But we talked about it. And he did have an affinity, there's no question about it, for Ukraine. I said, never let it happen. You better not let it happen. This is the only attack in history.
Don't. Hands off. Hands off Ukraine. I'll let you know when you can have a piece of it. Good boys wait till the end of the day to get their parfait.
Where the further he goes and the bigger it gets, and the worse it gets, and the more death that's caused, the more money he makes because oil prices keep climbing higher and higher and higher. There's never been anything like that where a warring nation, the more he makes it difficult to get oil, the more expensive it gets, and the more money he makes.
Are you out of your fucking mind? What do you think happened during Iraq and the Middle East? Are you out of your fucking mind? Of course they do that all the time. Supply shock happens every time we war with somebody who has oil.
And all those tanks.
By the way, this is the guy who's like, we should have taken the oil. I'm just saying, when we went to Iraq, we should have taken the oil. It's not ours to take, and that's plunder. That's a violation of international law. But, they owed us. We should have taken the oil. Just take it.
Coming around are very expensive, but they're peanuts compared to the kind of money that he's making because of the tremendous increase in oil. When I left, and during my term, oil was at $36 a barrel. Think of it,
oil was at negative $36 a barrel because no one was going anywhere.
Now it hit 100, and they think it's going to 150. So the Middle East and Saudi Arabia, a lot of countries, but Russia right now in particular is making more
and us
money than they ever dreamt possible. The cost of the war is very, very small compared to the kind of money they're taking in. There's never been a situation like that.
Yes, there has. Almost all of the oil of the wars in the modern era have been about that.
It's horrible to watch. It's horrible because it's a disincentive.
Yeah, but you got to, because occasionally, if you watch Fox and Friends long enough, one of these days she's going to be careless when she's crossing her legs, and you're going to get your shot, chubby. It's going to happen.
For him to disengage. Remember, Joe and Hunter Biden got $3.5 million from the mayor of Moscow's wife and were never allowed to explain in the debate. Remember we had the debate, and I said, hey, what?
They didn't get that money. She invested that money with Rosemont Seneca, the company that Hunter Biden worked with. There were two other guys. They managed her fund. She gave them $3.5 million to invest on her behalf. And the money they make off that $3.5 million is 10% of the profit, or 22%, or whatever their fucking shaving was, of the profits. She is now, after working with Hunter Biden's company, the richest woman in Moscow. Can I say that again? Unlike Trump's casino partners, or his fucking stakes partners, or his water partners, or his fucking American Football League partners, after she worked with Hunter Biden's company, she's rich. She was well-to-do, because her husband was a corrupt fuck and she ended up turning him in. But she took the money that she got basically in the divorce, invested it, and now she's the richest woman in Moscow. Is that it? Did you just... Yeah, Trump University, another example. Everything this asshole touches is a failure. And so what he's really angry about is that as an investment firm, Rosemont Seneca, Hunter Biden's company, was good at their job. When they came in, Burisma, and that is how it's pronounced, is it not? I mean, we always have to check. It's,
the Burmese executives. So this Burmese, they say, pronounce it Burmese.
When they came in, it was overrun with corruption, and people didn't want to invest in it. So one of the reasons Rosemont Seneca got the investment money and was able to bring it in was because Hunter Biden's dad was vice president. And they're like, well, he certainly can't take our money and run off to Russia like every other person has. And it worked. And Burisma's a functioning company now with no like Russian sock puppets in it.
With the $3.5 million that you got from the mayor of Moscow's wife and Chris.
They invested it, fucko, and she got the money back and then some. She's like worth like $40 million.
Who I assume was now fired from Fox, which is good.
Who was fired from Fox?
He said that's not an
Chris
appropriate
Wallace.
question. That turned out to be another one. Trump was right. That turned out to be another very...
No, it wasn't. You weren't right. Literally... This is how bad a businessman he is. He could have even bragged like, I don't trust those people. That's some sketchy fucking money. Oh, yes. You're watching Hal Sparks Megaworldwide. This is a special edition, because this dude's speaking at CPAC. We occasionally do an extra show. It's usually on a Saturday, and it's usually one of these things. Good Lord. How long does this go on?
Appropriate question. He got $3.5 million
like
from
subscribe.
The mayor of Moscow's wife. Very rich family, I will tell you that. This is...
Well, no. It's not a family anymore. They're divorced. He went to jail. She's rich, though. She wasn't that rich. She's super fucking rich now. You know how she got rich? She took $3 million, which I would call rich, and she gave it to Rosemont Seneca to invest on her behalf, and they made her a shit ton of money.
A conflict of interest, but at the same time, Joe Biden bragged unknowingly on tape, and this was on tape. Can you imagine if I said it?
Unknowingly on tape? He was on stage, fucko.
About getting rid of a Ukrainian prosecutor, or he wouldn't have...
It wasn't on... for fuck's sake, has he ever watched this? He literally... All right, I'm finding it. God damn it. We don't normally have to do this, but like... let's see. Where we go? Biden brags Russian, Ukrainian prosecutor. Prosecutor. Was it the? I don't know. It'll come up. Yeah, there you go. There you go.
As you all know, and you know this better than anybody, the one big lie going.
And again, by the way, he's on stage. They're talking about the geopolitics of Ukraine and Russia and all this stuff. It's at the Council on Foreign Relations, and they're talking about policy decisions. This isn't caught on tape. This is what he's referring to. And can we just... All right, here we go.
About Ukraine back in the rest of Russia is that no Russian soldiers are engaged. They're not dying. No body bags are coming home, et cetera, because there's overwhelming opposition on the part of the body politic in Russia for engagement in Ukraine in a military sense. Do I think I think the Donbass has potential to be able to be solved, but it takes two things. One of those things is missing now, and that is I'm desperately concerned about the backsliding on the part of Kyiv in terms of corruption. They made, I'll give you one concrete example. I was not but it just happened to be that was the assignment I got. I got all the good ones, so I got Ukraine. And
by the way, that's sarcasm.
Remember going over convincing our team or others to convincing us that we should be providing for loan guarantees. And I went over for, I guess, the 12th, 13th time to Kyiv, and I was supposed to announce that there was another $1 billion loan guarantee. And I had gotten a commitment from Poroshenko and from Yatsenyuk that they would take action against the state prosecutor, and they didn't. So they said they were walking out to press.
So they were like, we're gonna, we need the money. We're gonna get rid of the corrupt assholes that are in here, and it's particularly one of them is this guy. He just bring up this guy. There were a bunch of other people, not just this guy, but it was about this one in particular.
I said, no. I said, I'm not going to, we're not going to give you the $1 billion. They said, you have no authority. You're not the president. The president said. I said, call him. I said, I'm telling you, you're not getting the $1 billion. I said, you're not getting the $1 billion. I'm going to be leaving here. And I think it was, 6 hours? I said, I'm leaving in 6 hours. If the prosecutor's not fired, you're not getting the money. Well, son of a bitch. Got fired. And they put in place someone who was solid at the time. Well, they made some genuine, substantial changes institutionally and with people. But in one of the three institutions, there's now some backsliding.
The courts?
Yes. And they had made that commitment that they wouldn't do that. And so when we left, the first thing I spent a lot of time, as did Mike, because this was his territory as well, and people like Charlie Kupchan and Victoria.
I think he means Michael McFaul, by the way.
Good people we had working on this. We spent a lot of time with Vice President Pence because I was worried that they would make a mistake there would be a sin of omission rather than commission, failing to do certain things or say certain things. And that was at the time when there was an alleged, or there was a grave concern among the foreign policy elite that maybe a deal was made to lift sanctions. Whether that was true or not, but that was the atmosphere right after the election. And so what happened was they did some good things, and they now, what's his name, the guy they have over there?
Kurt Volker.
Kurt Volker, solid guy. But Kurt, as the best of my knowledge, does not have the authority or the ability to go in and say, you don't straighten this up, you're out of here. Because look, it all gets down to a simple proposition.
There you go. So that's Trump wants you to listen to how Trump characterizes that piece.
But at the same
Tasha, I want you to kick us off because I interviewed you. I wrote about this in my book. In 2016, the IRA, the Russian Internet Research Agency, was laser focused on black voters.
Ukrainian prosecutor.
There you go.
Or he would.
Sorry.
But at the same time, Joe Biden bragged unknowingly on tape, and this was on tape. Can you imagine?
Unknowingly on tape.
About getting rid of a Ukrainian prosecutor, or he wouldn't allow $1 billion of American taxpayers' money to be given to Ukraine. They kept saying, where's the money,
right.
Where's the money, where's the money? No, you got to get rid of that prosecutor. He's getting too close. Can you imagine?
He's getting too close.
That? And he was on tape. And the fake news media, those people right there, refused to report it.
Refused to, it's not caught on tape, motherfucker. He was speaking openly because it was part of and parcel with our policy in the Obama-Biden administration. He had conversations with Pence about, like, if you don't keep an eye on these fuckers, they're going to slide back and these Russian sock puppets are going to move in, and they fucking well did. And at the same time, when he's like, he bragged about getting rid of this guy, that prosecutor lives in Russia under the protection of Vladimir Putin now. That guy. He didn't stay in the country. He didn't fight for his job. I'm a true Ukrainian and I'm being attacked by the American. No, he fucked off to Russia and got a paycheck because he was just there to gut the judicial system. So that Vladimir Putin could go, our system works better than theirs. Theirs is all corrupt. If you want safety and security and money, you should side with us. And I know he's been told about this tape, but has he ever, do you think he's ever actually fucking watched it? Because he knows, because Biden's in front of an audience full of people. Of course he knows it's aired. It's on CPAC, on C-SPAN. Excuse me.
And that's...
Yes, by the way, if he did it, it would be against the advice of everybody else in the administration. It would have been just to protect his own ass, and it would have been done in secret. That's what he's projecting.
Without mentioning the fact that China gave them $1.5 billion to manage. And he never managed money before, other than the money they got, probably.
4 years before Hunter Biden joined the company.
Plenty of conflicts there. You don't have to even think about it. And the fake...
And yet, when Biden came in, he forms the AUKUS agreement, the first strategic pushback against Chinese maritime power since the Cold War. That's something Trump could have done, but never did. Weird. It just doesn't seem like if China had compromise on him, that you wouldn't give Australia nuclear-powered submarines to keep an eye on them and be doing laps around Taiwan.
Just didn't want to mention anything. They didn't want to talk about it. It was bad for the election. It was bad for...
No, it was a waste of fucking time. No one knew what you were on about because it was all overt. It was out in the open. These are not big secrets. You are not Alex Jones. You have not discovered MK fucking Ultra. Yeah, why didn't you bring up your $17 million Chinese bank account that you took $15 million out in cash in one night on?
Our country,
the fuck were you doing?
But they probably knew talking about it would have been good. We can never really bring our country back unless we get an honest media, because they're like the policing agent, and they refuse to air scandal. They refuse to air it.
They've refused to air scandal. Yeah, that's a great example. That's a great read of American media. They refuse to air scandal. We've always been scandal averse. Scandal and drama and overreaction never have been a part of American media. What the fuck?
And it'll be interesting to see what's going to happen over the next 3 weeks or 4 weeks as one of the worst scandals ever. I call it the crime of the century. Ballot harvesting as it gets released, and it's all on tape. It's all on tape. And Truth to Vote, I want to thank those incredible women for the job, Catherine and all of them.
He's still going after the volunteers who are counting votes that have been counted and recounted, and they've been canvassed. They checked all the ones that were counted at that last night, in the boxes. They were tabulated. It's such a fucking waste of time.
Job they've done. It's incredible. But that'll be released very soon. Everything is on tape. Even the pictures are taken of the people stuffing the ballot boxes, because without the pictures, they don't get paid. And we're talking about...
And by the way, this, I don't know where this fucking comes from. The pictures of people stuffing ballot boxes, because those people need to show them to, I suppose, George Soros, so that they get paid for ballot stuffing.
Hundreds of thousands of votes in each swing state. They focus, they say, on the swing states. And you know what? They probably did others too. But the swing states was the focus. Over the past year, we've...
By the way, it was his focus. Can I just say that openly? The problem that Trump has is that he attempted to cheat in the election, and he still couldn't afford to drum up enough fake votes to save himself. He employed all the Republicans in all these states, in swing states and red states alike, and tried to get them to stuff ballot boxes for him and ballot harvest and all this stuff, and none of it worked. He still lost by an enormous amount, and the Republicans in those states don't want anyone to look at this shit because they don't want to get caught, because they helped him rig an election. And he's like, I know it was rigged. I know it was rigged. Yeah, because you fucking rigged it, you dipshit. Think that'll work? Hope so.
Weakness, self-loathing, and self-destruction on a scale previously unthinkable. A military...
Yes, but enough about Don Jr.'s drug habit.
Obsessed with equity to all and only being politically correct. I said, so let me ask you, is a general, good, strong General Patton, how do you think he'd like this military? General Douglas MacArthur, would General Patton be allowed to shout at a private who is doing a horrible thing? Sir, we don't think that would be appropriate. Oh, really? Oh.
Is that that's how you think the military's run right now? You think people join the military because they don't want to get yelled at? Do you believe that Ben Shapiro bullshit? I have far too much respect for people who join the military to serve their country, put their lives on the line, and like, you know, Joey Jones and Tammy Duckworth, their legs on the line to go, well, they're probably a bunch of wusses.
I don't think Jim Jordan, that would work out too well, would it, huh?
Yeah, I don't know, because he didn't serve, I don't think. Did Jim Jordan serve in the military? Oh, thank you so much. Georgianne, thank you for the coffee. The breakdown is only you can do. Thank you so much. That's really sweet.
Work out too well. A Department of Homeland Security actively aiding illegal immigration and, in many cases, criminals coming into our country.
Yeah, you're going to need to have a citation or two when you're going to say shit like that.
Absolute criminals. A Department of Energy and Interior forcing us to be reliant on foreign energy at a cost that is not acceptable to our nation and not sustainable. A Department of Justice waging war on an opposing party and patriotic parents.
No, the parenting has nothing to do with it. It's the whole, like, death threats part that gets you in trouble. The DOJ doesn't give a fuck if you have kids or not. And having kids is not a good pretext. Like, I was upset about my children. That's why I told him there was a bomb in his car.
As grave as the dangers are abroad, it's the destruction within that spells our doom. We must get...
Yes, the near nuclear war and the possibility of World War III with one of his buddies that apparently I guess he could call and have a beautiful talk with and trade love letters. And then we would totally get out of this. And it would be totally good. I should do that. You know what? I should do that. I will. One of these days I will do that.
Reversed. Our most dangerous people are people from within. These are people that...
Yeah, you mean the Jan 6 assholes who stormed the Capitol and took a shit in the rotunda and attacked police officers and I mean, most of them are home, but the ones that threaten police officers that are still in jail?
Must hate our country.
Yeah, of course, you guys, you'd have to hate our country to carry the Confederate flag in our capital. I mean, short of a Nazi flag, that's the next best thing.
They make us weak and they make our country unsustainable as a nation itself. Unbelievably, Biden is
unsustainable as a country. Is this an erection issue, sir?
Now claiming that you must sacrifice through higher energy prices to foot the cost of his failed foreign policy in Europe. I saw John...
Yes, it's his failed foreign policy that caused Putin to attack a sovereign country. How dare he?
On television, and we're talking about energy, we need oil, we need gas, we need everything. No, global warming.
Is that what he said? No, global warming. He didn't have any details or a strategy. This fucker thinks net zero is zero, doesn't he?
We have a world that's ready to blow up and disintegrate over energy, and he's talking about global warming. The oceans may rise.
Well, yeah, they're kind of related in concept. Jesus Christ. It's going to blow up over energy? Is that what's happening? Oh, because of war, I see.
Over the next 300 years, 1/100th of an inch. Giving you slightly more seafront property.
That would be slightly less, but enjoy your brand new crocodile-filled or alligator-filled Florida marshland.
This is his problem.
Because here's the thing, too, is Florida is going to be underwater because of climate change, but it's not going to be like Atlantis underwater. It's going to be under mosquito layer amount of water. It's just going to be like squishy all the way across, like a sandbar.
Thinking about the nuclear warming. He's thinking about other types of warming. These people are not living in a world of reality. The reason we've got soaring gas prices is...
He's not thinking about nuclear warming? You mean nuclear power or us being nuked?
And this is his problem. He's not thinking about the nuclear warming. He's thinking about other types of warming. These people are not living in a world of reality. The reason we've got soaring...
I couldn't tell you. I don't know if that's a pro-nuclear power stance. You guys know I'm pro-thorium reactor. Micronuclear is the way to go. Even like the newer technology on nuclear reactors, we can afford to have more. It's a good transition energy, and it doesn't fuck up the climate. We'll eventually find a way to move the waste or transmute the waste. So that's a mitigatory step as well that, again, allows us to not lose our atmosphere while people don't die off for lack of energy.
Gas prices is that Biden shut down American energy, canceled our oil and gas leases just 2 days ago.
Yeah, 2 days ago. Two days ago. Why did he try to? How come But 2 days ago, hold on. Where are we? Oh, I closed that page earlier. Hold on. Here we go. Well, Biden, 30% more oil leases. That'll do it. This is one of my favorite new data points because it irritates the trolls so much. And they can't get it out of their fucking head. New federal data shows that Biden administration approved 3,557 permits for oil and gas drilling on public lands in its first year, far outpacing the Trump administration's first year total of 2,658. He also increased the number of, let's see, did this one come? Yeah. Set an offshore record for wind. So it's all hands on deck. And as we transition to net zero, there's actually a fucking plan. Oil companies are not using those leases and keeping the costs artificially high because they lost a shit ton of money during COVID and they're wanting to make it back.
2 days ago, they canceled many oil and gas leases because of the environment.
Yes. The offshore ones. Hold on. Let's see. Biden offshore leases. Well, this is January 27th. So, check this out. This is fun. Get back on there. Come on. No, I guess it doesn't. Judge tosses out offshore oil leases signed by the Biden administration. A federal judge rescinded oil and gas leases for a wide swath of the Gulf of Mexico on Thursday, arguing the government failed to consider their impact on climate change before they were auctioned off late last year, a win for environmental groups that have pushed the Biden administration to stop signing new leases. DC-based Judge Rudolph Contreras' ruling vacates a November 2021 oil and gas natural gas lease that covered 80.8 million acres of the Gulf Coast, which Contreras described as the largest offshore oil and gas lease in the country's history. Yeah, Biden just shut everything off.
Assuming you're believing in atmospheric filth.
Mm-hmm. Like, I mean, it's beyond just dumb. Like, none of it's even fucking true at all.
It's really unbelievable. And canceled.
Yes, it is unbelievable. It's not believable. None of this is believable. It's all bullshit. And if he's going to say Keystone XL and it's Canadian tar sands oil, it's not American oil, it goes right to market. We have no impact on the sale price of it.
The Keystone XL pipeline that I approved.
Motherfucker, get over it. Jesus.
While he enriched Putin by approving the Russian pipeline, which is a natural gas pipeline,
not oil. You can ship oil, you can't ship natural gas. You have to freeze it to liquefy it. It's a pain in the ass. And for as much as you need, that's why there's gas pipelines. Lord,
really
these guys are dumb.
Been at the core of much of the problem we have right now. And I fought Angela. I said, Angela, here is a white flag.
Oh, this fucking story. He told this to, again, this is just basically a re-airing of what he said on Laura Ingraham the other day.
A white napkin that was on my desk.
Yeah, okay, there you go. There's the real story. He gave her a white napkin on his desk and said, here's a white flag, just wave that. He told this story like he mailed her a white flag with a stick and a whole thing. Now we know, he finally fucking said it. He's been telling this bullshit story for ages, and he finally admits it's just his goddamn napkin.
And at the core of much of the problem we have right now. Mm-hmm. And I fought Angela. I said, Angela, here is a white flag. Happened to be a white napkin that was on my desk. I said, Angela, you can have it. She said,
just like, oh God, so fucking boring.
Why, but why? I said, because...
Why, but why? But she said it in German.
75%, and I think it's higher than that, but it will be.
No, it isn't.
75.
They get 60% of their natural gas from Russia via Nord Stream 1. Nord Stream 2 would just be a different way of transporting it. Basically, Nord Stream 1 is aging out.
Percent of your energy from Russia.
Why,
and as you probably know through history, you've had some rather major conflicts with Russia. And if you ever have a conflict with Russia, you will be able to wave the white flag and surrender because they supply your energy.
And fuck NATO.
I knew that would happen.
Never mind the fact that Russia's normalizing stuff. This asshole's like, hey, I get along with Putin. He's a good friend and all this kind of stuff. But you guys want to trade with him. I don't know what the fuck you're thinking.
Just never had any idea it was going to happen so fast. Now Biden is pleading with OPEC and begging Iran to re-enter the disastrous nuclear deal.
How the fuck are those related? One is so that there's not another nuclear power in the world, which is a good thing. And the other has to do with oil and gas prices, which Saudi Arabia and Russia are lowering production, which, by the way, they were having a game of chicken. They were overproducing, and Trump called them up and was like begging them to stop producing so much oil. If you do it, we'll stop producing so much. We'll get Mexico to stop producing. You guys are crashing the price of oil. And they were in a game of chicken with each other because they don't give a fuck. And basically, it was an attack on us. It was one of those things where they were just basically bitch slapping him and he didn't realize it. But he talked Mexico into lowering their output and that we would cover it.
Biden, you get a war in Europe and a war on American energy. With Republicans, you get energy independence and energy dominance.
Dominance, dirty. You dominate it. You're dominating it. It's so dominating. It's just dominated. So easy to dominate. Hold on. I'm looking for a it's in Axio, so February 19th, 2022. The U.S. is now energy independent, and it happened because of COVID. Basically, consumption took a shit, and production was climbing up, and they crisscrossed right here, and that's where we are right now by about 0.3 million barrels of oil. It's elusive no more. The U.S. produced more petroleum than it consumed in 2020, and the numbers were essentially in balance in 2021. It's supply shock. The price of oil and gas is up because nobody was doing nothing, and then everybody was doing everything. It's amazing how they just lap this bullshit up. Thank you so much, Templeton. Bless you. I appreciate that. Thank you. Hey, Hal, I have my brother here, and we're going to hang out for the first time since 2019. He's getting to see your show with me for the first time. Loving the commentary. Oh, that's awesome. Well, hi, bonjour, Templeton's rats, brother. Hi. Welcome. I'm so glad you're hanging out. It's nice. We're all starting to, as family and as friends, it's lovely.
We will reclaim our status as the #1 energy superpower on the face of the earth, something that
we still are.
Achieved for the first time in 72 years. I was very proud of it.
Because 72 years ago, after World War II, nobody was producing fucking anything. That's why, it's why we have a middle class. It's because we were the only country whose factories hadn't been bombed to dust. We got a head start on the rest of the world's economy because of our geographic location. Lucky us. Meanwhile,
they ended it almost immediately.
They didn't end it at all. We're still energy independent. We're just using more oil and gas, and we're buying foreign oil and gas because it's cheaper than the stuff that we're selling from here.
We would have been bigger than Russia and Saudi Arabia combined ×2.
×2, maybe twice as much, perhaps even double what that is and all that. We already are. The Saudis are oil poor. They're living off their investments now. The Russians, it's natural gas. They have the shittiest pumps in the world. Russia cannot update its oil industry without us.
In 1 year, we were already bigger. We were doing things that we had never done before. And
yes, we were dying of COVID because that's what happened.
We should not be buying Russian energy, but rather allow the people of our country to start producing like they did just 1 year ago.
Well, then you're going to have to force American oil producers to start producing more oil through a government act. You're going to have to have the government dictate to free market capitalism and the corporations that drill for oil that they produce more product for a lower price. Good luck getting that through a Republican, fucking, here, spitball that in this room. Do that. Not, you don't think it's going to work? No? Not really? All right.
Have to do. This will drive prices down, drive inflation down. You want to get rid of inflation or bring it way down? Reduce the cost of energy. That's the single biggest factor having to do with inflation.
Okay, so how do you do it? How do you reduce the cost of energy? How do you do it? What do you do in the government? Because I know what private industry can do. They can increase output so the cost of what they're selling, the price of it goes down. I don't know why the fuck they'd want to. I don't know why they would ever want to, which is why we need to move to renewables, why we need a smart grid, and why we need to be able to share energy across that smart grid for more and more electric and hybrid cars so that we don't have to rely on this fucking shit. And that if you have an electric car, even if it takes you a while, you could unroll some, like a thing of solar panels behind your car while you're camping, store up enough energy to drive back to town. Which you can't do if you discover a puddle of oil and you're like, if I could make this into gas, I could put it in my car and drive home. You can do that with fucking sunshine. Right, Diana. Tell the crowd you're vaccinated. Please go to that. But again, honestly, there is no plan here. He could say, we need to lower the price of energy. Hooray. Okay, how do you do that? The government forces a private company to raise output and lower the price of their goods. Well, that's fucking communism. That's socialism. Oh, well then no. Right? Honestly, spitball that idea through that crowd when you're walking out. Thanks so much.
And what has happened in Ukraine is a catastrophic disaster, but it is.
Oh, those are the worst kind. The catastrophic disasters. I like my. I mean, maybe you could get Mike Pillow involved, and they could be a comfortable disaster, absorbent even. And by the way, you're watching Hal Sparks Megaworldwide. It's a special episode. It's Trump time at CPAC, and we're gonna look at this whole fucking speech.
Really that interesting that so many Democrat politicians in Washington, they seem to be rushing to microphones to declare that Ukraine's borders are sacred. They want to say their borders are sacred. And we feel for Ukraine in so many ways, but Ukraine's sovereignty must be defended at all costs, they say, even while they're destroying our own borders and surrendering our own sovereignty.
By the way, this motherfucker, like I said earlier, gave American territory to Mexico. He seized private land on the border and put his wall right through the middle of it, and half of that American land is now on the Mexican side of the fucking wall. He's the first president to give away U.S. territory since when? The fucking Louisiana Purchase? The hashing out of the Mexican-American War? I'm dead serious. He fucking gave territory to Mexico.
We have a border that's a catastrophe. We have people.
Well, I blame the wall. For some reason, Obama and Biden had it fucking locked down. It was amazing. And then you built the fucking wall, and now it's terrible. I think it's the wall. I blame the wall.
To our country that we don't want. They will not be good for our country.
Oh, thanks.
You will be paying a price for many, many years to come. We have terrorists that came out of Afghanistan with the plane. Remember they said, oh, the planes are coming in. The people that rushed the planes, those are very energetic people. Those are people that you will be.
Those are people that are still in the fucking Middle East. Those are people that never came to America, especially the ones outside the fucking plane. Yes, the dude who fell from the airplane, like 100 feet and landed on the tarmac, very energetic guy right till the very end. None of those people came over here, dumb. How? All right.
A big, big price for in years to come. The most important duty of every elected.
Yeah, they're going to come over here and they're going to live among us, and eventually they're going to learn to hate us because what's to like about America, and then they're going to blow themselves up. Come on. Yeah, you can do a thumbs up. You can do it. You can do it. There you go. 1,500 people in the chat on a Saturday. Welcome to Hal Sparks Mega Worldwide. I'm on most weekdays. Maybe I should do more weekend shows because you guys have some free time to watch the show. Like and subscribe, give a thumbs up, support the show if you feel like it. Spread it around, tell people, get angry, fall in love, smile, do what you got to do.
America is to protect and defend America, and that begins with protecting and defending America's borders.
Yeah, that's what the Biden administration is doing. They're kicking people out so fast that those same people are crossing the border multiple times, and they keep getting caught over and over again. That's why recidivism at the border is way up. As a matter of fact, let's see, border recidivism. Whoops. Where's the good? Okay. Well, you probably won't believe the. Here you go. This one. Center for Immigration Studies. In its recent Operation Update, CBP attempts to soft pedal the fact that almost 1.5 million aliens have been apprehended by the border at the southwest border this fiscal year by asserting that as a whole, CBP encounters this year only involved 1 million unique individuals. What the agency is referring to is recidivism. In this context, the serial illegal entry of aliens who have been apprehended and expelled. It's a canard, and whether it's CBP. This, by the way, these are low immigration, pro-immigrant. They just want to kick people out. This is the Trumpers. This is what they're referring to. First, the nearly 1.5 million aliens apprehended this far in fiscal year 2021 are more than any single year since fiscal year 2000, which was 1.6, which was higher, and didn't have a backlog of COVID, interestingly enough. This is what they're referring to. Let's see. CBP enforcement actions fiscal year to 2022, fiscal year 2022, 2020, this 21. So here's 17 to 16. There's 18, 281,000. These are Office of Field Operation total encounters. 21 was about, there was a drop off of about 40,000 in 20, and then about 10,000 extra people came across in 21. Search and rescue, they found people wandering around, blah, blah, blah. Let's see. Assaults, use of force. Where are we going? Border crossings. Thanks for border apprehensions. AEA. Border looks, yeah. There you go. Here's the Cato organization. Border looks identical to 2019 without repeat crossovers. The number of arrests at the border in February reached the highest level in any February in 15 years, and the government is projecting the highest number of arrests in 20 years. The reason the arrests have reached such a high level is that since March, the vast majority of crossers are immediately expelled to Mexico under Authority Title 42 of the U.S. Code. Once sent back to Mexico, the expelled can promptly recross. Without these recrossers, these repeat crossers, the first few months of the fiscal year would look nearly identical to fiscal year 2019 before the pandemic. Fuck you, go to sleep, piss off, leave me alone. Also Magoo.
Magoo. Free health care for illegal. Under Joe Biden, we're losing our country no different than if we had lost it in a war. No different.
No, a lot different. Bone spurs. Imagine being this fucking cush your whole goddamn life. That you think that border recidivism and the same number of people crossing in 2021 that crossed in 2019 post-COVID is the same as if we were fucking invaded by Russia.
No different. Millions of...
Very different. Yeah, no. Very different. Very, very, very different.
People are pouring in, descending on our communities, camping in our towns, depleting our resources, flouting...
Hang out. Look, the homeless, especially the expanded homeless in places like LA and San Francisco, are largely white and local.
Our laws and bringing crime...
honest to God, the immigrants that are coming across the border are going straight to work. Even if they're involved in criminal activity, they're going straight to work. They're not running across the border and living on the street. They could do that in Mexico and everybody speaks their language.
Drugs and death to the streets of our cities and communities. And they're not only coming from Central and South America, they're coming from all over the world, over 160 countries. In many cases, from jails that are being emptied into our country as...
Yes. Yeah, in Yemen, they're releasing all their Ted Bundys, all their Yemeni BTKs, co-ed killers, and they give them a rowboat and a book of stamps, and they're like, "All right, we're gonna let you go." And there's like 5 schools between here and the beach. There's a rowboat there for you. Go, do not stop at the schools and get all Ted Bundy on us, all right? Promise? Yeah. All right. All 5 schools, not one. All right. When you get to the beach, get in the rowboat. Row all the way to South America. And then once you get to South America, no Ted Bundying in all of South America. Go straight from there, not until you hit El Paso. Okay.
We are a dumping ground. We're not.
Yeah, we're a stupid country. We're a dumping ground. We suck. We were never any good before Trump showed up, and we never will be again without him because he's fucking magic. Because this guy is the Ubermensch. Fucking hell.
The United States, we're considered a dumping ground for criminals.
No, we're not.
The Biden administration has spent months obsessing over how to stop an invasion of a foreign country.
Yes, and why aren't we focusing on us being invaded? Isn't it invasion? I mean, Putin puts tanks and has medics and missile launchers and all kinds of shit, and mortars and Chechen like rape sergeants lining up to go into Ukraine. And that's basically the same as some woman and her toddler trying to sneak across the border to live with a cousin till they can apply for citizenship under an asylum. It's the same thing. I mean, basically, these toddlers are human missiles.
Of miles away, I believe Americans deserve a president who will stop the invasion of our country also.
Yeah, and the first thing they should do is tear down that fucking wall, because it doesn't work. It's a waste of materials.
And we had it stopped 1 year ago. We had it.
1 year ago, Biden was president.
We had it stopped 1 year ago. You can't defend.
1 year ago, Biden was president. Great. So a year ago, while Biden was president, he had it stopped. He had it stopped. You didn't have it stopped. You were weeping in Mike Pillow's lap.
Western civilization, if you would not be able to defend your own civilization. And that means we need borders that work, elections that are fair and free and not rigged, and crime that must be immediately stopped in our cities.
Yes. Any crime you see, immediately stop. Just shoot them. I don't care what it is. Fucking jaywalking, littering, spitting on the sidewalk. We give every cop a howitzer. It's like, all right, lady. I saw you. You weighed 2 apples, but there's 3 apples in that fucking bag, Grandma. Reach for the sky. Hack it to, hack it to, hack it to, hack it to. Yeah, we need to end the crime immediately.
And we must immediately stop.
Yeah, because, the problem in America is our judicial system. You know what I mean? I don't know what we were thinking.
The influx of illegal aliens has to stop immediately. Our country is being poisoned.
Yeah, it has to stop. We have to stop anyone from entering the country illegally. Just stop it. It has to stop. I don't know. Moats, flamethrowers. What do you think? Trained alligators, drones. How about those Boston Dynamics dogs?
From within.
Oh, he'll get to CRT eventually.
The Biden administration cares more about helping citizens of a distant foreign nation than it does about our own citizens, because our country.
Well, then why did they pass the infrastructure bill when you didn't? Why would you do that? Was it a Ukrainian infrastructure bill? I'm so confused now.
It's a mess. Our country is a dangerous place, and it's getting.
It's terrible. Orlando sucks. I mean, have you seen the scum and villainy? It's like Tatooine.
Worse and worse.
It's like Mos Eisley.
Every day. And when you hear 3 million people this year,
worse.
it's not 3 million. It's probably 3 to 4 times that number. It's probably
Yeah, it's 12 to 15 million people crossing the border every day.
10 million, 11 million, or 12 million. But the real truth is they have no idea what it is.
Well, because you don't catch everybody, but you can get a general idea. I mean, they know which parts are crossable and which aren't. They can even go by dead bodies. Good fucking Lord. Paranoia. It's the only way you're going to be safe. You need to wake up in a cold sweat, worrying that 15 million Mexicans are coming across the southern border to take a job that you don't even want because your wages have gone up at your regular job, and the job is now free. Fucking
The radical Democrats truly want to fight for democracy aboard. If they
aboard, yes, aboard the ship. If they want to fight for democracy aboard, we're expecting you.
look abroad and fight for what they want to.
Yeah, fight for it abroad. I love that. That's a great fix, by the way. That's amazing. Watch that save.
Radical Democrats truly want to fight for democracy aboard. If they want to look abroad and fight for what they want to fight for.
Some broad.
I don't think.
Yeah, if they want to fight for some broad, I mean, really.
They should start with the democracy that is under threat right next door.
Oh, Canada?
A place called Canada.
Great. Yes, we should invade Canada. By the way, these fuckers are so mad about Canada right now. It's so weird.
By the way, we got rid of NAFTA and we have the USMCA. That's Mexico and Canada. One of the greatest deals we ever made. And
so it's your fault.
Oh, it's great because they want to renegotiate the deal. That was a horrible deal. NAFTA was the worst trade deal ever made, and now we have probably the best trade deal ever made, but they want to renegotiate, and they probably will do it. This administration, oh, sure, that's not putting America first. We put America first. It's a great deal.
They'll probably change it. Oh, sure. The fucking Senate negotiated the changes. He acts like he sat there with NAFTA with a red pen and was like, fuck that part. Nope. I'm a businessman.
Should leave it. They've been ripping us off for 30 years. It's time for us to do well.
Yes, fucking Canada with all your fucking maple syrup and Bryan Adams music and SCTV. You've been stealing from us because Wisconsin's dairy industry alone could totally wipe yours out from scratch, and the Parisian roots of Quebecois, and they want to make their own brie up there, and we're at war with it. It's the Great Brie Wars.
Journey we have witnessed in Canada in recent weeks should shock and dismay people all over the world.
Yeah, no, I got bigger fish to fry, fucko. I don't care about 10% of 10% of Canadian truckers who think that they can turn their trucks into furniture.
It's Western democracy, the peaceful movement of patriotic truckers, workers, and families protesting for their most basic rights and liberties has been violently put down.
Violently put down? They got arrested and their trucks were towed. Violently put down. Yeah, the jackbooted Canadian thugs. They had these maple syrup guns. It was disgusting. Also, I apologize to Rush and Nickelback and Danko Jones and Todd Kearns and Static and Stereo and all the guys at Much Music and George Strombolopoulos. You don't deserve this bullshit.
Their assets and life savings have been frozen.
No, they haven't. Their assets and life savings haven't been frozen. Those fuckers still have their bank accounts. It was for foreign investment through crowdfunding. That's not their life savings, you asshole.
They have been slandered as Nazis, racists, and terrorists. These are the names they've been.
Yeah, it's the, I think it was the swastika flag that started that. Yeah.
Called.
Which, by the way, the swastika flag, there's a tendency on the right to attribute vaccine mandates and the like to Nazism. And so everybody right now, and Putin's a great example of it, like Nazi has become the kind of pejorative of choice for anybody who wants to portray themselves as the victim of a totalitarian act. And so whoever's attacking you, you just paint him as a Nazi and move on. And the left does it all the time, and the right does it all the time. And when the right does it, it usually has to do with things like these health mandates or whatever. Well, the difference is that when left-wingers do it, they call people Nazis and stuff like that. And you can have your argument about whether or not that's valid or worthwhile or downplays the actual impact of the Nazis, which I believe it does. But when the right does it, they tend to dress up like Nazis, throw the Hitler salute, wave Nazi flags, and basically like that's their way of saying you're a Nazi. But they kind of get off on doing the motions. And I know there's some maggots in here. I know you're trying to make the point that Trudeau's a Nazi. That's fine. Go learn how to do Photoshop and give him a little Chaplin mustache and get on with it. That's fine. But don't wave a Nazi flag and going, we're a Nazi, because that means you're the Nazi, not them. Like, you could go, if you're going to do that shit, what you do is present them with a rolled up Nazi flag. Here, this is for you. You're going to need this. And then you move away. You don't unfurl it. You don't touch it because you're making that point. I'm trying to help. Fucking hell, you guys are dumb.
They've been arrested and charged with phony crimes. They've been falsely accused.
Those are the worst kind, the phony crimes. Where they like call somebody up and say, "Do you have Prince Albert in a can?" Terrible.
Loyalty to foreign powers. I watched them. I saw those maple leafs all over the flags and the love for their country. Plenty of Americans were there too, and they love our country.
Yeah. Are they the ones that brought the Nazi flag, or was it Canadians who brought the Nazi flag? Somebody brought a Nazi flag. That's how this started.
They're being hunted down like enemies of their own government and treated.
No, they're not. They're parked in the middle of the fucking road, hunted down.
Worse than drug dealers and murderers.
Be very, very quiet. I'm hunting fucking traffic jams. It's right here. Look at that.
Or rapists. A line has been crossed. You're either with the peaceful truckers or you are with the left-wing fascists. And that's what's been happening. And it's been a strong line. We stand with the truckers. And
it's been a strong line. You know, that big line between peaceful truckers, especially, let's see. Canadian truckers. You're either with the peaceful Canadian truckers, or you're with the fascists. You're either on the side of the peaceful truckers. Hold on. Hold on. Let's see. I'll find the article. I want you to be able to see the picture. Hold on. Images. Yeah, there you go. You're either with the peaceful truckers, Canadian truckers with guns, make the terms of disobedience clear or not. This is that. All right, hold on. Skip action. Sorry, right now, guys. Yeah, that's Royal Canadian Mounted Police. They don't ride on the top of their cars, but they still have the name. They truckers had all this shit in Canada, which does not have the gun-friendly laws we have in the United States, kids. Mountie said they executed a search warrant early Monday on 3 trailers associated with the group, finding 13 long guns, handguns, multiple sets of body armor, a machete, a large quantity of ammunition, and high-capacity magazines, for the peaceful protest about vaccines. You're either on the side of the peaceful truckers or you're with the fascists who don't want to die of consumption.
Stand with the Canadian people in their noble quest to reclaim.
Yes, I stand with the Canadian people and their noble quest to not have to deal with American truckers bringing guns into their country to bitch about a vaccine mandate we don't have in our country. Good Lord.
Their freedom. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for the woos.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Linda. Good job. Right here in our own nation.
What did Linda do? Did Linda go, wrap it up? She got a good job for that. She's like, thanks, good
it's
job.
It's also far past time to declare independence from every last COVID mandate. It's time. It's time.
Yes, from the man who brought you light bulbs up the ass and bleach down the throat is, I don't know, aren't you tired of it? Fuck it. I mean, how many times when you leave the house do you really need a seatbelt? We are tired of the click it or ticket fascism.
And you know, as early as when it first happened, I let the governors make that decision. And we had some governors that did a great job, and we had some governors that didn't do a very good job. But I can tell you that the Republican governors did quite well, thank you, quite well.
Oh, because they have fewer people? Yeah, it's amazing how an airborne disease doesn't carry across acres of farmland the way it does in, I don't know, Times Square.
And a big, big difference also on crime. You look at where the crime is, and you don't see the word Republican very much.
No, you don't. You also look where the money is, and where the industry is, and where most of the taxes that make the country run are paid. It's weird. Yeah, there's more crime there, but there's also more coffee shops, more auto dealerships, more highway, more traffic lights. There's kind of more of everything. More hotels, more bigger airports. It's weird. See, they kind of all go together.
At all. With one voice, Americans must insist that the emergency is over, and we will submit to this left-wing tyranny no longer. We will not do it
That's right.
any longer.
No, we're not going to do it. I'm out, man. I can't do it anymore. I cannot deny people the good-looking lower half of my fucking face. All right? Not anymore. I'm not covering this up. I'm not wearing a mask. Because the funk is killing me, quite frankly. Because you can only see two teeth. I got a black one in the back. It's a little greenish brown, if I'm totally honest. And it's got a stank to it. I'm not going to lie to you, man. It smells like my dog's foot after he got runned over. And I got to tell you what, we're not going to... You know what? I'm so glad you finally came out and said enough is enough, right as everybody else is stopping doing it. I think your timing is fucking impeccable, sir. You can use this as make it a
so
search
much
story.
Damage to people and to our children.
Yeah. Wait a minute. Have you talked to your children? I know you avoid them like the plague. I mean, but like, way to mitigate the damage. That's good.
People who are masking our children may plan to lift those mandates right before the election, thinking they'll get some votes.
No, they're going to lift them like in the next 3 weeks, dummy. They ain't going to last till fucking November. Are you drunk?
We will never forget what they did to our children. We will hold them accountable.
Dude, you danced with Epstein. I would keep that talk down to a minimum myself, because you are I'm just saying, You just said Matt Gaetz, good guy. You know what I'm saying? Like about 20 minutes ago, you were like, Matt Gaetz, good guy. Like fucking don't ixnay on the Ildren Che.
At the ballot box this November.
What? And wait a minute. At the ballot box, it's November. I ain't gonna fucking vote. Unless they fix 2020, I don't believe in voting anymore. These are rigged. You told me it's a rigged election. It ain't been unrigged. Why the fuck would I waste my time? Yeah, that's just a clock up there on the wall. You know, time to skedaddle.
As everyone.
Hey, by the way, somebody in that chat room said I should do a reset. So like and subscribe, give a thumbs up, support the show, help us out, make it a thing, spread it around. We trying to hit 30,000 subscribers over on YouTube. We're like this fucking close, man. We're like 300 away or something. So if you ain't clicked that button, do that. You don't even have to turn on that notification shit. Yeah, y'all know what time Hal is on. Shit.
Here understands the COVID mandates are just one part of a much larger crisis. The radical.
Oh yeah, you don't have to tell me. I was there when Mike Pence announced that 15 days to slow the spread, and I was like, slow the spread sounds dirty. Can you say 15 days to slow the spread, mother?
Is trying to replace American democracy with woke tyranny. They want.
How do you? That's gonna take a lot of work.
Do the same thing to America that Trudeau has been doing to Canada, and much, much worse.
How can you? Oh dear God. Don't tell me we're gonna have like health care and shit.
Our mission in
much worse.
2022.
Your mission? What? I'm sorry. What kind of vegetable is that?
Our mission in
Our mission. You sound like me, dude. I think my accent's rubbing off on you. That's good. Our mission. Did I mention our mission? I believe the word you're looking for is mission. Your mission, a couple of nuts and bolts. You are six hot dogs short of a packet of buns.
22, and in 2024 is to take on this radical and power-hungry ruling class and to deliver them.
He's looking right at me when he says it. I can't help but feel slightly flattered.
Electoral defeat so resounding that they are exiled into political oblivion, never, ever to return again.
Yeah, I mean, I think most of the people you're bitching about are all in these big safe districts anyways. Like, dude, you ain't flipping AOC's district, know what I'm saying? Fuck you. All you gonna do is make any, Dem friendly to you more pissed off and run a lunatic in these areas where you almost could get somebody elected if they weren't a fucking MTG. Now, don't get me wrong. I'd love her to do, I'd love to help her do squats. Like to be a spotter, if you know what I'm saying. Hey, anybody know why he goes like that? It's like a fucking fish. Watch what he does. It's like a fish on a floor. See what I mean? That weird, like, it's like a goldfish. He does that goldfish shit. He's goldfishing. Let's just call it that. We'll call it goldfishing. Oh shit, he's goldfishing again. Is he tasting his own brand? Is that what y'all think? Come on, keep going. Roll it. That's kind of a half-assed USA, kids. Yeah, That's about a third of the crowd.
Joe Biden, Chuck Schumer, and crazy Nancy Pelosi
are all in safe districts or are not running till 2024 or are way ahead.
Sinister faces of this corrupt and lawless political establishment. They enrich their families in Ukraine, China, Russia, while they shutter your small businesses right here at home. They send young...
Wait a minute. Dude, the small businesses all closed when you was president. I know, because I had my own version of a taco truck. I was trying to run out of the trunk of my... it's an older Chevy. Belonged to a friend of mine or whatever. I traded it for a used couch. And I was running I couldn't get an actual food truck going there. So I just cooked right out of the trunk. Just opened the lid up. Had a little bit of coal back there and stuff. Unfortunately, the gas tank was right under the trunk. And I was about halfway through taco number 9 and boom! Whole rear window blew out. That was not
Americans
good.
To fight and die for the borders of distant foreign nations while...
We ain't in Afghanistan anymore, son. Did you not get the fucking memo?
Throw our borders open to an illegal foreign invasion, which is what is happening. They said violent criminals lose...
You know what? You should have probably brought that up 7 more times earlier in the speech.
Without charges while prosecuting their political opponents for fabricated crimes. They leak...
Oh, you talking about you, ain't you? That's what you're talking about? You talking about you, man? I know you're taking it personally, man. And I understand how you're upset, but I know you feel cornered right now. You know, you're turtling, you're scared, you don't know where to go, you're too dumb to figure out an exit. It's rough.
Mass robberies and cheer for BLM and Antifa rioters, ransacking our cities while they hold nonviolent protesters without trial, destroy their lives.
Well, no, we don't just hold them without trial. They get a bail hearing, and if they haven't earned the right to walk amongst decent people, they don't get to. They have to stay in jail till trial. Like because I've been out. Look, I've been in and out a couple of times. All right. And I may or may not have been extraordinarily inebriated on a couple of different options. And one time, I was high on tree bark and moonshine. And I should have walked on this charge. You know, I was trespassing on my own property. It's a long story. And I should have been able to, you know, get out on bail or on my own reconnaissance, Hanapia, and you know, walk around. But I said some things to the judge that was just, you know, a little untoward, and I may or may not have whipped it out. And so I ended up sitting in jail till trial, which was 3 days later. And I'm so glad I did, because the cafeteria, let me tell you, at the Chattanooga, Tennessee jail, they have got a grilled cheese. I swear to God, if you set one of them grilled cheeses on top of my head, my tongue will beat my brains out trying to get to it.
They lift sanctions on Iran while they sanction and destroy our own citizens. They try to silence voices like Joe Rogan for alleged misinformation while they perpetuate the most flagrant...
Well, I don't know that it's the misinformation part that I think it was the circulating racial epithets that got him in the most trouble. That's one he actually had to come out and apologize for. I don't know why people give him that much fucking credit, man. I think if you cancel somebody and you kick them to the curb, people start taking them seriously. Like if somebody shut my show down right now and said, you can't be on the air, I bet a bunch of people watching this go, Ficus was about to tell the truth, and they couldn't let it. And then I could buy start my own GoFundMe and drive my truck across this country, kind of like a Chevy version of Forrest Gump, growing my beard out, and then raise enough money to get a horse farm, and then I could live down there and read Bible verses on television.
Hoaxes and
Hold on, that actually sounds good. When can we start that shit?
Monstrous lies like the Russia hoax. How was that? For 3 years, we had to put...
It was pretty good, actually. It was a good one. I mean, it was up and down. They always thought you were going to get busted, and then they couldn't look at your finances, and so that takes out motive, and then you can't really establish an indictment based on that kind of stuff. Again, I tell you, I've been in and out of the hoose cow a couple times, boy. I'm what you call an ancillary lawyer. I've learned a lot about the law through osmosis.
With the Russia hoax, it was a total...
Hey, man. Say Russia hoax again. But you should make T-shirts.
Hoax. They indoctrinate your children to hate their parents while calling you a hateful racist.
Well, I have to say, if a kid's parents are hateful racists and you teach kids not to be racist, they might end up hating their parents for being racist. I don't know that happens all that much. And I, to be completely frank, I don't know who's been advising you about this, but I think this ain't your problem. I think your kids hate you because of how you treated them. And they've looked at the books. So you ain't leaving shit behind except debt. So they're getting a little miffed. I don't think it's CRT, son.
The FBI on mothers at school board meetings while they teach 4-year-olds to pick their own genders. Would you like to change your gender?
Is that how they do it? Would you like to change your gender? Did they have at my school, they had a wheel of genders, and they just spin it. You could be whatever you want to do for the day or whatever. And then, of course, until you had to use the bathroom, and then you were like, oh, yep, that's what I do.
And they say it's absolutely fine for a boy or a man to participate in women's sports. I don't think so.
Well, no, I think it's trans women can participate. A boy or a man cannot do it. For the record, they ain't no boys and men in these sports. There's trans women, but they ain't no boys and men in there, unless that's your idea of what a boy or a man is. In which case, I would like to see your Venmo.
They use big tech to censor you. They use the deep state.
Yeah. I don't let them do that anymore. I'm on little tech. That's what I like. I'm on mini tech, teeny tiny tech. That's what I do. I'm waiting patiently for my day when I can be on Troot Social. It's gonna be the day, man. You watch what I start posting on there. They're gonna let me in. It's gonna be so exciting. I'm gonna be on Troot Social.
Spy on you. They use the intelligence agencies to frame you. They use the media to slander you. They use the...
Jesus Christ. Well, I tell you what, y'all make a break for it. Apparently, they're just after me.
System to persecute you. It is a persecution.
Wait a minute. Hold on. They're using the legal system to persecute me? I've had a lot of things happen to me, but persecution?
Intelligence agencies to frame you.
Yeah.
They use the media to slander you. They use the legal system to persecute you. It is a
Oh, no. I don't want them to persecute me. That sounds painful. If they're going to persecute me, at least tell them to trim their nails.
They rig elections to disenfranchise you and destroy you and ruin your lives. I've seen the anger.
That's even if you're not running for office. So they rig elections to ruin my life. What if I'm all right? I'm losing the thread here.
And the hatred and the horror.
Yeah.
At the 20.
Horror. I love me some Marlon Brando, man. The horror. And then that bug flew in his mouth. I swallowed the bug. It's not half bad if you try it.
All the while they claim as they are the ones defending democracy. They say they are the ones that are going to defend your democracy and your justice.
The irony.
It's a lot of bullshit. That's what it is.
I agree. Ironic bullshit. I'm glad you worked the word bullshit in there, because it was, honestly, we were all dozing off. But, a low rent, easy swear word. That'll wake everybody up again. I mean, honestly, you just made some memories for me, sir, and for everybody there. They went, I was there when he said bullshit. Remember when he said bullshit? Like my nipples could cut glass. I could knock a hole in a submarine with my penis after he said bullshit. That's turgid truth. Or truth. Oh, people are excited, man. He said bullshit. What? Don't you looking all mad at me like, look, you said bullshit first. I just said bullshit again. No?
When we win, we will defeat this corrupt political establishment. We will save our republic, and we will restore constitutional government of, by, and for the people.
I love that. That's straight out of Matt Gaetz's firebrand opening. Just cut and paste. The best speeches in the world are like color forms.
The Washington swamp knows that we are coming to break their grip on power forever. That is why they are.
Wait, now you're going to break up the swamp? Wasn't there a phrase or something about, what were you going to do? Drag the swamp? What the fuck was it? Brain this first. Sweep the swamp. Swami, swear, Samsonite. I was way off.
So desperate to stop us, they will go to any lengths. And that is why.
Well, not any lengths. Obviously, they've ruled out nuking CPAC. I have a feeling you're going to finish this up, have a snack, get a handy from some super fan that's been like, with 96 rallies, you get a free handy, and then you'll ride home and that kind of. I'm just saying they're not sending ninjas or some shit. They've ruled some things out. They're not bringing The Apprentice back as a distraction. You know what I'm saying?
The corrupt Democrat prosecutors, an unconstitutional unselect committee on January 6th. The unselect committee.
Oh, he says, yeah, that's so good. Because it's a select committee and you say unselect. I wish I could think up stuff like that. I mean, that's the kind of smart you hope for. That's the kind of shit they teach at Wharton. You know what I mean? I'm not going to be able to learn that down to general store.
Imagine a committee made of these.
Only an elite could come up with a phrase like that.
They hate us all. Is there ever been a committee like this? The Unselect Committee. I think that was my term. I think I came up with it first. I'm very proud.
Yeah. I don't know if it's something to brag about, I'm racking my brain trying to come up with something. I like the select commies, right? The Select Communist Party, something like that. But inselected. It's hard to say. It's really low hanging fruit. You're really not doing much.
Of many of our terms. But they're continuing their evil and demented persecution of me, my family, my staff, my supporters, and you. It's the same.
Yeah, they ain't calling none of these people at CPAC. I mean, Matt Gaetz is, but that's for a different thing altogether.
Witch hunt that's been going on since day one, since actually.
No, for the record, this is a whole other hunt. It ain't related. This ain't Russia related at all. This is your fuck up during.
The day that I came down.
Thanks, Robert. Hey, man.
The escalator with our great future First Lady.
Well, she was future then. She's former now. She's future divorcee, I think is what she likes to be called now. I'm sorry. Did you get mad at me? Look, I helped. They needed somebody who had some experience setting up really freaky Christmas trees. I don't know how my business card ended up in Grinnell's wallet, but he called me up. I went over there. It was late at night. I was assembling them bloody stalactite Christmas things, and she came over there and started whining about this security guard at Tiffany's, this real tall feller, and whatever. I couldn't make it out. She got a real heavy accent, and she'd had a lot of wine. Her teeth were all pink, and one thing led to another, and we both lost a version of our virginity that night. Come on.
Now we know that Crooked Hillary not only spied on my campaign, she spied on the White House.
Well, no, that was just data collection that was readily available. That was just public, and that was public data you can get. I used to work. I didn't work for the phone company. I once tapped. I couldn't get a deposit, so I tapped my neighbor's phone line for a little while. I got pretty fucking good at it after a while, and then I started off pretty low tech. I would just lean close to them when they was talking and see whoever, if I wanted to say something to who they was saying something, I go, tell them this. And then later on, I got to like up in the tree wiring shit to my house and all that stuff. And I eventually figured it out. But that's just scooping up data that's out there. Oh, he's goldfishing again. He seems happy, though. He seems joyous. He seems overwhelmed with joy. You know what I mean? You can tell right now he's not thinking, I feel like a loser. Like, that thought is not crossing his mind right now at all. Yeah, see, you know, you can tell he's a winner when you go like this. That you're like, oh shit, man. He's in the zone. Hey, they saying lock her up. You had a shot at that shit. Bet you pissed you passed it up.
Do you remember when I said years ago, I think they spied in my campaign, and everybody said on the other side, how dare he say that? How dare he? Well, it turned out to be true. And
yeah, well, it didn't, actually. I mean, it was a totally different human being. And it didn't really spy. Because I got a neighbor that likes to jack off in his backyard, and he's got a one-story trailer, and I got a two-story trailer. It didn't start out that way, but hurricanes have their silver linings. And so I got a double-decker. And sometimes I'll get up in the morning, and I'll go over to the window, and I'll go, oh, goddamn. You know what I mean? But I'm not spying on him. I just can't look away. Like, damn. All I can think is, that poor dog.
I want to thank John Durham for figuring that out. And I believe that's just a foundation on which
yeah, that's a tip of the iceberg. I can't let us.
Very bad things are going to be learned about what took place. Everything they're doing to me is about preserving their power and control over the American people.
Yeah, it's amazing how Democrats have managed to gain control of the media and tech and the government and all that, all while you were president. It's amazing. It's like you were like the greatest gift that ever happened to them. You like made Democrats great again. I don't know how you did it.
My beliefs, if I agreed to stay silent, if I stayed at home, if I said I'm not going to run, the persecution would stop immediately.
Yeah, I don't think so. It ain't, because it ain't persecution. You know what I mean? Like, I once thought, like, if I slowed down to under 120, stopped chucking beer cans out the window and yelling, fuck you, the cops would just leave me alone. I was wrong. Apparently, it was the activity I was engaged in that they had a problem with, not my attitude.
They'd go on to the next victim. Who's next? They'll never, ever do what they did to me. And nobody else, I don't believe, would be able to take it if they did. I have had that a lot. I've had great people come up to me and tell me, sir, may I please ask you a question? Yes, what?
That was me, by the way. Oh, by the way, I can verify that's me. I did that. I came on, sir, may I please ask you a question? Every time you hear him tell a story, I want you to think of this face. Because I am the man behind all the sir stories. For the record, done and done. Come on now.
I'd like to know, sir, how did you take it?
How did you take it? How did you take it? How did you take it? Like, did you grease up the broom handle? Or...
did to you. And in many ways, I can't answer that question. But there's...
Yeah, I know. I've been mad about it ever since. I'm like, dude, how many times I got to ask you, fucking how many sir stories are there? Tell me.
Never been anything like this ever done to an American president before.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Kennedy, Lincoln, amateurs.
But I can't do any of those things because I love this country. We love this country, and we're going to bring this country back, and it's going to be bigger and better and stronger.
Magoo, make America great over and over. Magoo.
Than ever before.
Than ever before. Magoo.
But remember, they're coming after me because I'm standing up for you, and that is it.
That's right. That's right. You're my human shield, sir.
Standing up for you. In 2022, we're taking on this wretched and corrupt political establishment like never before. And we've learned a lot over the last 4 years. We've learned...
Oh, yeah, absolutely. You've learned, like, how to lose with grace and dignity. That's a tough lesson for any man. You know? To look in the mirror every day when you get up and go, fuck, I lost. Lost hard. I'm a loser. Man, look at my loser face. And you go to shave and you're like, I'm shaving this loser's face. And you take your hair and you wisp it in a big circle and you flop it on top of your head. And you're like, I got big loser hair. And now I got to go out and talk to these losers who are mad at me for being a loser, but still want me to win. So I'm no longer a loser, but I'm a big loser. Like that's character building. That's what happens.
Corrupt they are. Nobody can even believe it. If you wrote a book or a novel and it was all just printed out.
Yeah. I mean, does anybody write a novel anymore? You just take a bunch of pictures from Instagram and put them in, and bind them up and slap a title on them, sell the shit. Write them. Yeah.
Like this, with Crooked Hillary, with the Mueller report, which was okay, we like it. Did it find no collusion? But with all of the things that you've seen, all of the horrible things that you've seen, the corruption, the spying, it was spying. It's probably worse than spying. It's treason. It's everything you can have. If anybody ever...
Yes, it's everything you can have. It's unicorn turds. It's pizza on Mondays. It's beer that smells like lavender. It's everything you can have. It's a surfboard with an outboard on it. It's an inboard on a back of a pickup truck. It's a cooler full of long necks and a long neck dude with his head stuck in a cooler. It's anything you can have. It's anything you can have.
A novel, the great James Patterson, if he ever wrote a novel like this, it wouldn't sell because people would say, no, it's not believable. This could never happen.
Well, just the part about you becoming president, people like, oh, fuck that. And they put it down and go back to eating their salad or whatever people do.
And it's worse. They're finding out things now that nobody even thought were possible.
Yeah, I mean, there's a dude, he's got, one of his fingernails got so long that he was I'll tell you about it later.
To end Nancy Pelosi's political career once and for all.
Yeah, by waiting until she retires. It's a devious plan.
And then we're going to kick the Biden crime family out of the White House in 2024 or sooner.
Or sooner. Look at that. And by we, he means DeSantis and Kasich. Yeah, he just pointed at DeSantis. And then he goldfished.
But even our Supreme Court justices, and it's sad to say this, are afraid to do what has to be done to save our country.
That's right.
They're trying so desperately to be politically correct and to be loved.
Yeah, Amy Conehead Barbell, she ain't done shit. Brett Kavanaugh, he ain't done shit. I mean, what Gorsuch, whatever his name is, you got him on there and they ain't installing you permanently as president. I mean, what the fuck is the whole point of picking your justices
of the United States Supreme Court? They are terrified of the radical left. They are afraid of packing the court so that they're only one.
Oh, I once tried to pack the court as well. And she did not let me off with a light sentence.
15, 19, or even 25 justices. And at any cost, they don't want to be impeached. Please don't impeach me. I don't want to be impeached. I'm a Supreme Court judge. Please don't impeach me. I'm a justice of the Supreme Court. Don't impeach me, please, for being a...
This is one of my favorite plays. This is amazing. This is some of his best acting I've seen in a long time. Long time.
I'm a justice of the Supreme Court. Don't impeach me, please, for being with a woman that I never heard of before.
Being with a woman that I've never heard of before. Hey, I know he's talking about Brett Kavanaugh. That's how you pronounce that dude's name, right? Let's see. Hold on. He's in there somewhere. I think it's in this one. Yeah.
Brett Kavanaugh.
Yeah, Brett Kavanaugh, that dude.
Women that he didn't know, women that a particular Justice Kavanaugh had no idea who they were. But you know what? He's lived through hell, and he's afraid. I believe he's afraid. I believe he's afraid to do the right thing. I really do.
Why? He went through that and he made it. He's on the Supreme Court. It's a lifetime appointment. The fuck is he afraid of? What, they gonna find more shit? What would he be afraid? I mean, whisper in my ear. I promise not to tell anybody. What exactly are they, is he afraid people will find out? Tell me. Tell me.
You know the expression? They play the ref. They play the ref. They said not...
No, they work the ref. They work the ref. They don't play the ref. What the fuck? They work the... That's the expression. What planet were you born on, son? Sir. See what I did there? Sir. It's work the ref. Play the ref. That's a different game. I once did that behind that thing, that big cabinet they have in the gym where they keep the balls. I will admit that one of the auxiliary cheerleaders and I had a little game of play the ref. That's totally different.
We're going to impeach him for something, and then they found out. The woman got up. She said, well, he never did anything wrong. They said, we don't care. We're going to impeach him anyway. These are vicious people.
When did that happen? Did we sleep through that shit? When did that part of it occur? What the fuck? What's he talking about?
And we can't let this go on. They have to gain strength. They have to gain new courage, and they have to stand up for freedom and stand up for what is right.
Yeah, they got to stand up for water's right.
They can no longer be afraid of the radical left, our Supreme Court, and our judges generally.
Yeah, that generalized fear is the worst.
The work of making America great again is only just beginning.
Excuse me. We took care of that. It ain't make America great again anymore. It's make America great over and over.
Magoo.
Right. Magoo.
Magoo.
Make America great. Make America great over and over.
Magoo.
Right.
The Republicans have a big and bold agenda that they're going to put into action under a Republican Congress, and we have a chance of setting records. But I don't want to say that.
Well, I mean, then you have to come up with an actual, you don't just punt it 2 weeks. Just tell them it's a great thing, and it's going to be here in 2 weeks.
I want to say we could win 65 seats, because if we win 64, they'll say it was a terrible night for Trump. Terrible. He had a horrible night. He only won 64. He said he wanted 65. Yeah. We will bring Joe Biden's inflation-causing socialist spending spree to a screeching halt. We will immediately begin a full...
The budget's already done, son. They ain't nothing else. I mean, there's that big Build Back Better thing or whatever, but that's paid for. That has nothing to do with the budget. That's tax dollars.
Of the $6 trillion of radical Democrats, the money's been flushed down the drain, and they're trying to get more. They want to get up to a number that nobody can believe, and it looks like maybe people will not allow that to happen because they don't want our country to be destroyed. They should...
Hey, man, that was a great series of sentences, man. We got to listen to that again. That's some beautiful stuff. It was eloquent, got to the point. I don't know what he said.
The $6 trillion of radical Democrats, the money's been flushed down the drain, and they're trying to get more. They want to get up to a number that nobody can believe, and it looks like maybe people will not allow that to happen because they don't want our country to be destroyed.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, you guys got that, right? It's flushed down the toilet, son. You don't flush shit down the drain. Holy fuck, do you just shit and walk away?
Never, ever in the Senate, given that 2-month stay. You had them on the ropes. You were going to win. And then Mitch McConnell gave them a 2-month stay.
Yeah. Tell him, man. Tell him Mitch McConnell. Hold on. I have to just enjoy him shitting on Mitch McConnell for a minute. So let's just enjoy this together.
I call it the 2 months in which they can get their act together. And then they've...
Is that what you call it? Was that was your quippy little name for it? I call it the 2 months in which they can get their act together.
For the I call it the uninfrastructure bill, because there was very little infrastructure.
The infrastructure bill, and he couldn't fucking say it. It's the Unselect Committee and the infrastructure bill.
I call it the
Oh, God. Fucking... I call it the whatever. It's an infrastructure bill. It was Infrastructure Week your whole fucking presidency. You never got it passed. It would have passed bipartisan.
I call it the 2 months in which they can get their act together. And then they voted for the I call it the uninfrastructure bill, because there was very little infrastructure, right? There was 9% infrastructure. Most of it's like throwing the money right out the window. And
yeah, that's what it is. Yeah. That's what happened. That's what it is. Yeah. What were they throwing the money at? Was that the rural broadband, the lead pipes, roads, bridges, state grants and funding, the infrastructure bank itself? Fucking hell. How does anybody watch this dude and go, he is my leader? Like, I understand where you might not be motivated by Joe Biden, except for the fact that he's a competent individual being president. But I don't get how you're like, oh my God, Donald Trump, the way only he can, it's just so much, it crawls out of me. It's so exciting.
He voted. We had some Republicans headed by Mitch McConnell. He's so bad for our country. The American people deserve to know, where did all the money go? In addition, we must take immediate action to...
Dude, it's a law. You can fucking read it.
The Biden violent crime wave that is devastating our citizens in Democrat-run cities. You look at what's going on in Chicago. So sad. So, I mean,
yeah, it's same thing was happening when you were president.
I understand. I had a meeting with Abdul. You know who Abdul is? He's the leader of the Taliban.
Oh my God. Wait a minute. We're going from Chicago to Abdul. And you mean the guy you let out of a Pakistan jail along with 5,000 Taliban that you set loose on the country?
Abdul, you better not kill our soldiers anymore. I was much tougher than that. I want to be nice.
By the way, anymore. That's a new word for this story. Anymore. You better not kill our soldiers anymore. You've killed our soldiers, but I'm going to let you out of jail because I feel like negotiating with you. I can't negotiate with anybody else. So I'm going to get you out of a Pakistani jail as long as you promise not to kill any more of our soldiers yourself. So I'm talking to a man who has killed U.S. soldiers. He's the person I've chosen to negotiate this whole thing. And then I let him pick the 5,000 Taliban people to let out of jail. Anymore. Listen to that shit.
I was much tougher than that. Better not kill our soldiers anymore.
You better not kill our soldiers anymore. It was like I'm going to let it slide that you killed a bunch of our soldiers before, but not anymore.
It was much tougher than that. I want to be nice. Much tougher. Even Jim Jordan would have been concerned if he heard. But I said, Abdul, you're killing our soldiers. You better fucking not kill our soldiers anymore.
Oh, that's the tough part? Holy shit. You better not fucking kill our soldiers anymore. You've been killing our soldiers. You better not kill our soldiers anymore. Like, I'll let those dead soldiers slide. I'm going to get you out of jail, and I'm going to let you go free and guarantee you a position in the Taliban after we leave Afghanistan. Listen to this fucking asshole. This is just gross.
If he heard. But I said, Abdul, you're killing our soldiers. You better fucking not kill our soldiers anymore. Because if you do, you will be hit like no country has ever been hit. You will be hit hard.
First of all, what country? He's a Taliban fighter. They're religious zealots from the southern part of the country. They only give a shit about 2 tribal areas. You're giving them the country. You better not shoot our fucking people anymore. You shot a few, and we're cool with that, okay? All right? No harm, no foul. I mean, how do you not kill a bunch of American soldiers?
Anybody has ever been hit.
And then they just went and killed Afghan soldiers.
And he said, Mr. President, but why? He actually called me Your Excellency. I don't know. Do you think he calls Biden Your Excellency? How about you?
No. Biden doesn't talk to fucking Baradar. And he certainly wouldn't call him personally. And if Biden ever had to talk to that asshole, he certainly wouldn't brag that the dude called him Your Excellency. What the fuck?
He goes, but why, Your Excellency, Mr. President, do you send me a picture of my house?
Which, and by the way, this is a lie. It's because he was in jail. The picture of the house would be where his family lives, his wife and his children, is the theory. So Trump was basically saying, I'll let you have 5,000 Taliban out, but if you fuck with us during this break and you kill anybody, we're going to bomb your wife and your kids.
And I said, I'd rather not answer that question. See, I was being very nice. See? I'm being diplomatic.
He's talked about you got to kill their families. That's what that was about. Good Lord. And he's winking on that. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying?
And you know, we didn't have one soldier killed in 18 months in Afghanistan. We had them.
Because we were leaving. They killed Afghans, though.
This is what we want, the Taliban. And we could have pulled out with strength and dignity. They were absolutely...
Then why didn't you? Again, at what point did anything change in Afghanistan while he was fucking president?
You look at what's happening in New York and Chicago and Los Angeles and these Democrat-run cities, and you have 7 people killed in one weekend and 80 shot. It's terrible. Republicans should pass legislation making clear that when local left-wing district attorneys and attorney generals refuse to prosecute dangerous criminals, the DAs and attorney generals can be charged with violations of the civil rights law. I mean, look.
Again, this is not an idea he had. This is there's changes being made. Like this goes back to defund the police and shit. Like
Los Angeles, like, what's going on? I gotcha. Look at Philadelphia, where people that kill violent criminals are being immediately allowed out of jail with no bond. As we defend America's safety, we must all...
Well, technically, people who are accused of having killed someone, who are alleged to have killed someone, who are suspected of having killed someone, have the ability to make bail or bond. You can have an issue with that, but it's a preponderance of evidence until the trial happens. And by the way, you can't bitch about the Jan 6 people who fucking filmed themselves committing crimes like beating cops and go, why aren't they being let out? Because you filmed it. The people who filmed themselves committing these crimes aren't getting out.
Defend American values. As president, I was proud to issue the world's first ban on critical race theory in September of 2020. It was over. We ended it.
Yeah, we ended it as a thought form. We canceled it is a good way to... We burned the books.
And then Biden, with the help of...
Oh, don't... by the way, Lisa, don't let this dude get you angry. This is absurd.
Mitch McConnell came into office. Okay. Remember, he signed 17 executive orders, and one of them unended it. Not good. I also created the 1776 Commission. You people would love the 1776 Commission. So that young Americans would learn to love this country as much...
No. Would be taught a specific version of this country to make them love it, as opposed to learning to love it for real. That's called propaganda. It's what the Chinese do. Fuck off. Honestly. I mean, this is like the Confucius Institutes, or in the case of like, you know, the words of Xi Jinping that are taught in schools. They teach a very specific history of China. That's something we are normally against.
We in this room do. On his first day in office, Biden abolished the 1776 Commission and then proceeded to impose woke left-wing racism on our military. With a Republican Congress, we will once and for all ban critical race theory from our schools. We will ban it from our military.
By the way, woke racism in the military. Like getting along, I suppose? Is that the whole thing?
From every institution that accepts a single penny from the federal government.
Yes, we'll ban it. In the name of freedom. You can't even think about this idea. If anybody teaches anything about it, we're going to ban the teaching of it because America is too weak to resist a philosophy of this sort.
America's history will be taught fully and truthfully to America's beautiful children. In addition, we must defend parents' rights. Something new. Something new.
Yes, parents' rights to threaten their vice principal with a nail bomb.
That's right. Something new that came up, parents' rights. Who ever thought of parents' rights? Parents' rights. We love our parents, of course. Now we have to defend parents' rights against these lunatics and maniacs. America's moms and dads should get a veto.
A sentence, right?
Anyone teaching far-left gender ideologies to their children without parental consent.
And should they can parents just get a generalized veto about anything taught in schools? Because I know there's a bunch of people in that audience that have some real questions about the legitimacy of math. P.S. This is a dude who did nothing towards raising his children.
And any parent who objects to the radical indoctrination in their children's classroom should be able to take their share of taxpayer dollars and spend it at the public, private, charter, or religious
Yes, the Betsy DeVos school choice. This is standard
school of their choice. Another top priority to save American democracy must be to break up the big tech giants and restore free speech in America.
You have free speech, by the way. We've gone over the terms of service on Truth Social. It's bullshit.
And we'll be fighting that very hard.
Yeah, by the way, without Section 230, Truth Social could not exist.
Opening Truth Social.
Yes, which will benefit from Section 230. And by the way, I would love for them to go, we are not participating in Section 230. We do not want the protections of Section 230. We are not, we will stand on what we print and what we put up. We are not going to make use of this law, which we find unjust.
The days of big tech censoring the voices of the American people are numbered. The left is all.
By the way, hold on. Yeah, Devin Nunes' cow could not have an account because they make fun of Devin Nunes. There you go. Your account has been banned. Radical Stu Peters complains that he's being censored on Truth Social simply for demanding that those responsible for the COVID-19 vaccine be put on trial and executed. Boo-hoo. So, yeah, but freedom, it's freedom. It's total truth. It's his truth. I mean, who are you to say what his truth is and what truth is at all and whether there's a truth or even if truth exists or if there's truth?
Trying to take away the rights and dignity of OAN, One America News on DirecTV and AT&T. And it's a great voice, and these are great people, and they're patriots, and they want to take away their voice. They want it to be shut down.
No, they just don't earn their keep, and they were getting subsidized.
And shut down, and it does great. Who listens to OAN? I do.
You watch it. It's not a radio show, dummy.
To take away their voice. Can't let it happen.
All right, I'm bored.
They've got
I'm bored
millions
already.
of viewers, and those viewers and
boring.
that network should be allowed to go
This is
forward.
boring.
Well, we're
Fuck,
at
this is
it.
boring.
A Republican Congress should launch a select committee as opposed to an unselect committee, to get to the bottom of big tech's 2020 election interference. Let's find out who made the decision to censor.
Yeah, and don't vote until until they agree to do that. Fuck, this is dull.
Who made that decision to censor the Joe and Hunter Biden corruption bombshell, which the polls
there is no laptop.
Said amounted to about 15 points, the largest illegal case.
Yeah, but 15 points based on a lie. You know, they didn't censor it. It was an unverifiable story. The laptop is bullshit. There is no Hunter Biden laptop. Fuck off.
Campaign contribution in American history. And let's do a full forensic audit of the $417 million given by Mark Zuckerberg, who used to come to the White House.
How do you, wait a minute, a forensic audit of what, the cash? What do you think it was? Do you think it was counterfeit?
And kiss my ass.
No, yeah. So far we've got bullshit, one under the breath fuck, and now kiss my ass.
Who used to come to the White House and kiss my ass.
Well, no, he would kiss the ass of the President of the United States. It had nothing to do with you. It was the position you held.
That they spent to take over local election offices in key Democrat counties. And I believe you're going to be hearing a lot of it. You know?
Yeah, no, they just put drop boxes where people were denied the ability to vote.
If you're a person that wants to make a contribution, you're allowed to give less than $6,000. Otherwise, they put you in jail. He gave $417 million. What the hell is going on?
Well, to the states, and the states could dole it out however they wanted, but the idea was that the money would go to places where they didn't have enough equipment. And it just turned out that, interestingly enough, in a lot of these states, the places where they didn't have enough equipment was often in Democratic areas. Curious that it worked out that way.
What are we doing? $6,000 and you go to jail? $417 million spread all over the place. It's
well, that's the idea. It's not going to a candidate. It's going to the election in general, and does not affect or make a decision or point you in the direction of any candidate. Also, how many millions of dollars have you raised with the Save America PAC? Were you going to spread that all over the place? Is that not a violation of the $6,000 rule?
Obviously is going to have to be looked at. It is so horrible what's happening to our country. We need a full accounting of all of the illegal.
He's just kind of sounding like a mad old lady on a porch. When I grew up in Kentucky, there were a couple of ladies at our church who were like, the world is just going to hell in a handbasket. The whole world is just going to hell. Everybody, yeah, see these kids running around with, look at this boy with his ears pierced. The world's going to hell. This is pathetic, like all the time.
Legitimate turnout efforts, illegal drop boxes, and ballot harvesting that's taken place.
Which, by the way, Trump did a shit ton of, and still lost, and is upset that he paid all this money and subverted the election and wasn't even able to win.
You know, we had drop boxes. 97% for Joe Biden because he campaigned so hard.
Well, because of where they were.
From his basement. 3% for Trump.
Yeah, because in the areas where people were voting for you, they voted in person most likely, and they didn't need drop boxes because they had more than enough gear. They had more than enough opportunities to either mail in their vote. They didn't have to worry about their mail being shortchanged. Yeah.
%. They gave me 3. At least they gave me something because I think they had a couple.
You think the old lady should be a character? Yeah. I mean, I honestly, let's see. I might be able to drum something up. That might require a whole, that might be a whole costume that, you know. Hold on. There might be something to this. I mean, this is the closest thing I have to it. This is a little ridiculous. Hold on. I don't know. I just think the whole world's falling apart. It's terrible. These kids coming down here and making all this noise.
He actually got 100%. Thousands of votes. He got 4,000. I got nothing. No.
Well, that's. I mean, I'm in 900 Facebook groups, and all of them hate your guts. So that makes sense.
It's that was such a horrible thing. We need fair elections.
I do need a shoulder wrap.
You need those elections. The world is already waiting to see the explosive information out of Georgia where True the Vote, incredible people, has uncovered a massive illegal ballot harvesting scheme with over 2,000 ballot stuffers, or as they call them, mules. They call them mules. These are ballot stuffers. These are people.
Yeah, I don't call them mules. People don't understand. They think they're smuggling these votes in their buttocks. And I did that once in college. Never again.
They call them mules. Ballots in Georgia and other swing states were trafficked and sold on an unprecedented scale. And the
It's interesting. You seem to know a lot about it. Are you sure you didn't participate in a good percentage of this, honestly? Because it just sounds a little sketchy.
And it was just incredible what took place, and we have it on tape. It's all on tape, and it's coming out over the next 3 weeks. It's all.
Oh, good. Over the next 3 weeks. Well, I can't wait. I'm very excited. In the next 3 weeks, well, no time like the present. Way to hurry and get it done.
They've got them at the machine standing here. Here they are. Here they are. You know why? Because that's the way they got paid. They had to take a picture of them. And what a job they've done. What a job they've done. And you know the saddest part?
Incredible.
The hardest thing to do.
So you mean they had to show their ID and who the person's ballot was from to show that the person actually wanted their ballot taken, and they signed the affidavit? I remember, I was in a place for mom for a little while.
Isn't to have caught them. It's to get those people to write anything about them. Because without the fake news, you don't have a scandal.
Oh, this is weird. I don't even know what he said. What did he say?
They've done. And you know the saddest part? The hardest thing to do isn't to have caught them. It's to get those people to write anything about them. Because without the fake news...
Enemy of the people. Enemy of the people.
You don't have a scandal.
Enemy of the people. Enemy of the people. Enemy of the people.
The rhinos and certain weak Republican politicians want to ignore election integrity also. But we cannot ignore it, and we have to fix it. Make no mistake, they will try to do it again in 22 and 24, and we cannot let them do that. And the way you do it is to come to a very powerful conclusion as to what happened in 2020.
That's right. The only way is not to vote in 2022 or vote in 2024. No. The only thing you can do is come to a very strong conclusion about what happened in 2020 and then just sit on it as an idea. That's what I think should happen.
To stand down, to stop talking about it, to stop making Americans aware of the cheating and corruption that went on.
Right, stop
That's really saying it's okay. You can do it again. We can't let that happen.
That's right. Can't let it happen. Never let 2020 go. Don't vote again until they fix 2020. That's what I said.
In addition to securing our elections, here are just some of the other things we must do with Republicans back in charge. We must pass critical reforms, making every executive branch employee fireable by the president. The deep state must and will be brought to heel. We will.
Yeah, I think it's good. You should be able to, like, if anybody's, the president should be a unitary executive, as king-like as possible. because that's what the Revolutionary War was all about.
Stop the radical Democrats from packing the Supreme Court with far-left justices.
Justices? What's a justice? Justices? Justices? I swear to God, he looks like melted marzipan right now. Is it just me, or does he look like a deep fake to you?
Although the way the Supreme Court is behaving, perhaps the Republicans should pack the Supreme Court. They are behaving not the way we think is appropriate for our country.
Yes, it's some dirty stuff. I heard that some of them want to wear masks, and the other ones don't want to wear masks, and everybody's naked and writhing around covered in salad oil.
There's a lot of people.
Or did I dream it? I dreamt that. I'm sorry. That's inappropriate. That was a dream I had on a bus.
That, but I don't think we'll do it. And we will defend the Constitution, the right to life, and the right to keep and bear arms.
My arms are bare right now, and frankly, I'm chilly.
We will end sanctuary cities. We will end catch and release. And we will end the visa lottery scam. And we will finish the wall very quickly, a matter of weeks.
Yeah, days. I don't think it takes that long. All right, I need to be normal for the end of this. He's getting to his groundswell.
We will charge China trillions of dollars for unleashing the virus upon.
Yeah, sue them. Yeah, I'm sure they'll want discovery of what happened during the Trump administration.
World. We will place tariffs on other countries. We will do the tariffing thing. We have no choice. You know,
yeah, we're gonna, hey baby, we're gonna do that tariffing thing. What the fuck? This is the person who wants to be the chief executive of the United States of America.
We will place tariffs on other countries. We will do the tariffing thing. We have no choice. You know, in
we will do the tariffing thing and other countries. Good Lord.
Yeah, for years, they ripped off our country. They paid hundreds of billions of dollars during our time in office. They never paid 10.
They never paid 10 cents. They devalued our currency. And by the way, we have a trade deficit because they make a lot of shit and we have money. They don't.
Cents, never 10 cents between tariffs and taxes.
Never 10 cents.
Hundreds of billions of dollars. And, you know, we made a trade deal, and it was an incredible deal for our farmers.
And for Ivanka.
Our manufacturers. That's why our farmers are doing so well. Because China, now I understand that China, once I'm out, China's not going to adhere to the deal. They wouldn't do that with me. But they're not going to adhere. But the farmers did fantastically well. But we...
What deal, fucko? They didn't live up to any of it.
Incredible deals with China. We saved our steel industry because they were dumping steel all over our country. Our steel...
The Obama administration did that.
Industry was going down the tubes. I've had so many people in the steel industry thank me for the job we did.
Good Lord. (2016) After a year and a half of being in the doghouse, the American steel industry has finally bounced back with stocks like Nucor, Steel Dynamics on fire. Jim Cramer decided to take a closer look to determine if the rebound in steel is real. One of the most amazing and rapid comebacks I have ever seen, and I've been around for a long time, said the Mad Money host. The steel group reached a multi-year high in 2014. Wait, who was fucking president in 2014? Gee, let me think. But then quickly fell off a cliff until the end of last year. The decline stemmed from many marginal buyers of steel, namely emerging market countries such as Brazil and China, suffering from an economic slowdown. The slowdown in China in particular created a twofold problem for steelmakers in the U.S. First was the decrease in demand for steel, which caused the price of the commodity to plummet. The second aspect, Cramer said, was the Chinese government was propping up its steelmakers with cheap loans from state-owned banks. Then what happened? Major game changer came forward about a month and a half ago when the Obama administration attempted to stop the flood of cheap Chinese steel. In early February, Congress passed new customs and trade enforcement bill, which gave the president authority to take action against China's dumping of state-subsidized goods. On March 1st, the Commerce Department announced it would add import duties on cold-rolled steel from 7 countries, including China. Call that protectionist if you want to. I say it's smart policy and one of the most pro-business things President Obama has done since taking office. Fucking hell. Please let me have control of the CPAC screen next time.
Massive tariffs on steel that they were dumping in our country. But we took hundreds of billions of dollars from China. Nobody else took in 10 cents over many, many years. And I'm very proud of it. And China respected us. And then, of course, when COVID or the China virus.
Yeah, and then they hit us with a bioweapon, apparently. And then I didn't really respect them so much. You know what I mean? Like, because it's hard to say that they, whoops, does this work? Hold on. There you go. Apparently this one wasn't working. Why did that stop working? Apparently it was a big conspiracy.
Came in, we had to deal a lot differently, but we're very proud of the job we did. We did something that I don't think anybody else could have done. And I want to thank certain governors did a very good job. Certain Republican governors did a very good job. And I can't think of any Democrat governor that did a good job. They were all in lockstep. Let's lock up your cities. Let's lock up your towns. Let's lock up your state. Then let's harm your children. Let's take their social lives away.
Yeah, that's how it worked. That's how they all talked. That's how the Democrats were like, let's lock up the children. Let's take their social lives away. I fucking hate kids. The people who came up with S-chip are like, fuck these kids.
Very young age. We will place tariffs on other countries to restore the glory of American manufacturing, and we will ensure our future is made right here. We're going to manufacture, and we started it big time, right here in the USA.
Bullshit. There's been more, like the chip factories and battery factories that are opening under Biden. I'm not going to let you assholes forget about these things as we get towards 2024.
And these are just a few of the steps that we have to take to save the nation that we love. The rest of them the rest of them we've discussed today. If we fail in our mission, we already know what the fate of America will be. The radical left is trying to extinguish our very identity as Americans so that when they try to take our freedom, we do not even think to resist. They don't resist. They got to resist. They got to fight. They got to fight.
Who? No, what you're saying is we got to fight. They want us not to resist. You're fucking up your, oh God, he's fucking up his pronouns.
We have
in this
no
situation.
choice. We got to fight like hell. We can't let them destroy our country.
Yes, and I'm going to walk down there with you, and we're going to walk down there peacefully and patriotically, but if we're going to have to fight like hell, or you won't have a country left. He's just repeating shit from Jan 6 now.
But our opponents have made a very big mistake. They have done the one thing you must never do if you seek to harm.
Borrow a garden hose and return it dirty and unwrapped.
America. They have grossly underestimated the strength.
What is, I've grossly underestimated the amount of farting that you are doing during this fucking ridiculous speech. Like the twitching is absurd. This kind of nonsense.
Mistake. They have done the one thing you must never do if you seek to harm America. They have grossly underestimated the strength and brilliance and pride of the American people. They're not going to stand for it. They're not going to take it.
Oh, God.
The crackdown, censorship, and cancel culture are not an
we're going to cancel culture.
Expression of confidence. They are an expression of cowardice and of fear, and they are afraid. They reveal not the dominance of the radical left, but their desperation and their despair. They are losing, we are winning. They know it. They know it. And that's
yes. Yeah, it was really a rope-a-dope. And by the way, fuck your hands are small. Like, normally it doesn't stick out to me, but that's just weird.
They're going so far. That's why they're doing some of the crazy things that they're doing.
Yeah, that's why.
They're acting as though they were lunatics, maniacs.
As though they were lunatics. So they're not really lunatics. They're just playing lunatic for political reasons.
And the people get it. And we have to stop it. And we have to stop it now.
Yeah, we got to stop them acting as if they're lunatics. They're not real lunatics. I mean, we're real lunatics, right, everybody? Right?
Fellow Americans, this nation does not belong to the radicals, and it does not belong to the corrupt establishment in Washington that I've gotten to know very well.
Jesus, yeah, he can't not put the interjections in.
God bless the United States. Thank you very much.
This nation belongs to you, belongs to you. It was patriot.
This land is my land. This land is my land. This land is our land. This land is my land. From the parts I really like, you can have the shit I don't like. This land is mine. It's mine, all mine.
It's like you that built this country, and it's patriots like you that are going to save our country. So to all of those who think that they can coerce and subjugate the citizens of this land, hear these words from me tonight.
Magoo.
And I was, part of a family that was very well knit. Indiana Attorney General. Action replays in magnified fortune. Atmospheric filth. They do action replays in magnified fortune. They just explode. Burmisia. Winston Churchill stood on the rooftops in London, very calm, making speeches. Winston Churchill. When they gaze upon Yosemite, Michigan gave us Motown, gave us the Mustang. We're going to be appointing very pro-crime judges. Soup for my family. They're not allowed to be offensive, unfortunately.
Okay.
The people of America will not surrender our borders. We will not surrender our culture. We will not surrender.
It's like if Burning Man was a straw man, and he just like praise him and then set him on fire.
Our faith. We will not surrender our values.
What faith?
We will not surrender our history.
You have none. Yeah, you can't surrender something you don't have. All right. Drop your ethics. I don't know. I swear to God, I don't have any. I have a license to carry ethics, but I don't have one.
We will not surrender our liberty, and above all, we will not surrender our children to the small band of bullies and extremists who want to tell everyone else what to do.
Extremists. Those are the band of extremists is terrible. We're almost done. This is almost over.
We are done with the fascists and communists. And
I'm done with this speech. I'm done with this bullshit.
Socialists, and we are done with their distorted visions for America. It's time to start talking about greatness for our country again. We want
Yes, make America great over and over.
Magoo.
To be great again. We want our country to be respected again. We are a laughingstock all over the world today.
No, we are not. I mean, you are.
1 year ago, we were.
Every time he says this shit, it reminds me of that joke in Spinal Tap when I think it's David St. Hubbins goes, they were still booing him when we came on. That's where he is.
Respected like never.
Every time I go someplace and they go, "Here comes the president of the United States," people laugh at me. We're a laughing stock. I'm like, no, just you, bro.
Or we are a laughing stock. In summation and in closing.
Yeah, which I think mean different things.
Your president.
What? Hold on. In summation and in closing, as your president.
A year ago, we were respected like never before. We are a...
Yes, because a year ago, Joe Biden had just become president. Let me make that clear again, dum-dum.
We are a laughing stock all over the world today. 1 year ago, we were respected like never before. We are a...
One year ago, Joe Biden had been president for over a month. That's why we were respected again.
Laughing stock. In summation and in closing, as your president.
Yes. In summation and in closing, as your president. Two things you are no longer, so the summation and closing are good.
He instituted...
And there's the face again. There's the guy who knows he lost, who's trying to enjoy it, but cannot. Wop, 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 wah. Thank you.
I instituted the largest tax cut in American history by far.
Oh, fuck off.
And our economy thrived like never before. As your president...
Yeah, especially during COVID. You know, it was gangbusters.
I eliminated more burdensome regulations than any other president in history by far.
No, he didn't. Obama did. He was in for 2 whole terms.
As your president, I proudly protected our Constitution and the First and Second Amendment. As your president,
I don't even know the other amendments.
Secured our southern border, upheld the laws of this land, and stopped the influx of illegal immigrants into America, very dangerous illegal immigrants. I instituted the Remain in Mexico
starting
policy.
at the top again.
We don't want you here. You have to remain in Mexico. And Mexico agreed with us. Someday I'll tell you that story.
You've told us that fucking story a bunch of times. It's bullshit.
Built over 500 miles of border wall and ended the insanity of catch and release. As your president, I made America energy.
He means process and release, by the way. And if you don't go through the process, you're rejected immediately.
Independent for the first time in 72 years.
Yeah, you said that part already. We're still energy independent.
When I left office, America was a net exporter of energy for the first time in our country's history.
Yes, because of situations put in place during the second Obama term.
As your president, I negotiated free and fair trade deals with Canada, Mexico, Japan, all over Europe, and China. We had the worst trade deals ever, and we turned them into some of the greatest trade deals ever made. I'm the only president in history to...
Yeah, I don't know if you noticed, we don't have trade deficits anymore in anything, especially in China. I mean, it's automatic. It's all solved. He negotiated them, remember? Nothing has changed.
And up to China and their one-sided and unfair trade practices, and I taxed them and I tariffed them beyond any levels that anybody thought was possible. And you know what? President Xi liked me and respected me, and I liked and respected him. We got along great. We got along great.
Yeah. Yeah, especially when he released, what was that, a bioweapon? Is that what you called it?
Until COVID came, and then it was a whole different ballgame.
Oh, so maybe it was a rope-a-dope. Maybe you were just a fucking sucker.
but we had a very good relationship. As your president,
Great.
I kept my promise.
Yeah, we had a great relationship until he lied to me about the biggest pandemic in 100 years for months.
Chose Supreme Court justices on the list I gave to the country before the 2016 election. I gave a list of great, brilliant.
That's the list you got from the Heritage Foundation.
Conservative justices.
Ugh.
As your president, I insisted NATO nations start paying their fair share, and they did.
And working to dissolve it.
Hundreds of billions of dollars started floating in. Hundreds of billions of dollars. Mm-hmm. And Secretary
dozens of billions of dollars.
Stoltenberg.
Basically because he was denying funds and dragging on them, and they couldn't have it interrupted.
Was my biggest fan. He said, I've never believed it, because President Obama would go to NATO, make a speech, talk about the weather, the sun, how lovely everyone looks and live. And others would too, including President Bush, how wonderful everything was. And I went and I said, I'm sorry, you're all delinquent. You have to pay up. And they said, well, does that mean you won't protect us if we don't pay? I said,
and by the way, there are 29 countries in NATO. He was talking about 3 of them who post-2008 hadn't gotten back up to their 2% mark yet.
That's what it means. And they said, get out the checkbook, and the money flowed in. Billions and billions of dollars flowed in. Oh, these are stories that the fake news doesn't want to talk about. I also warned NATO about the
That's because they're just stories.
Danger of Russia. And look at the consequences on foreign policy.
You did?
The world rightly had a healthy fear that as president, I would stand strong for American priorities. You remember, though, when...
Well, yeah, but you thought Ukraine wasn't an American priority.
Many people in the Democrat Party and during the debates said he's going to get us into the Third World War with Trump. I'm the one that didn't have any wars.
Yeah, because you gave away the store.
One that got us out of wars. Look at Iraq. Look at Syria. I was the one that brought us way down in Afghanistan. I brought you down to...
Yeah? And were you ever going to leave?
1,000 soldiers. The easy part was just getting out. I brought it down from...
Yeah, the easy part. The part you didn't fucking do.
20,000 soldiers
to
2,000 soldiers. The easy part was for Biden to just get them out, let the soldiers stay, the remaining soldiers, and take care of everything. It's called Soldiers Outlast. I went to a child who was...
Yeah, that's what it's called. It's called Soldiers Outlast. I have a whole book called Soldiers Outlast by Solzhenitsyn. He wrote it.
You've heard me say this. I said, let me ask you a question. I gave him the whole story.
Oh, it's the 6-year-old.
Would
you take the military out last?
Out first, or would you take them out last? I'd take them out last. He was 5, and he understood.
Yeah, the last person to leave was a soldier. We sent 6,000 more military in to take care of the embassy staff and the SIV Afghans who helped us out because Trump wouldn't do any of the previous work. I mean, it's just a gish gallop.
They understood
the end of this
any
is just a gish
hostile
gallop.
actions would be met with swift and severe consequence. The world is always safer when America has a strong president. America has to be strong, and it needs strong leadership. And you see what...
And strength is kissing Putin's ass at every turn, going, I think she's very professional. He's been handling the whole COVID thing. It's amazing. Like, I asked him about it, and he said it was fine. So, sure. And Kim Jong-un, what a sweet guy. I mean, sure, he's got a rape farm, and he starves his people. But, you know, we wrote love letters.
Weak or incompetent leadership. It's a travesty like nobody could believe could happen in such a short period of time. The world is always in danger with a weak American president. This coming midterm election is more critical than ever before. I'm asking all of you to fight and work hard to elect candidates that believe in the principles and policies that we hold so dear. This is a tipping point for the country, and the stakes could not be higher. Losing is not an option. We must
Oh, well, shit. Then they shouldn't have let you talk.
win in 2022. We must win in 2024. We all know what happens when you get a rigged election, like in 2020. We'll never.
Well, then what fucking difference does it make if you vote or not if it's going to be rigged? Also, he's not running in 2020.
Happen again. We all know laws were not followed. Ballot harvesting was rampant. We all know state constitutions were also ignored all over our country.
They weren't ignored. We were in an emergency. We had a federal emergency, and we had each one of the states had a state emergency. Good Lord.
And you're not allowed to do that. The only ones that can make the changes are the state legislatures, and they didn't make the changes. We must agree this can never, ever happen again in this country.
Never.
Every state must adopt election integrity measures, signature verification, illegal immigrants.
Illegal immigrants, what are they called?
Verification. Illegal immigrants.
Illegal immigrants. What was that word again?
Signature verification. Illegal immigrants. Illegal immigrants cannot be allowed to vote like they are currently allowed in New York City. You can walk in and you can vote in New York City. Oh my.
No, you can't. You have to have a work visa or a like a long-term visa where you live in New York, and it's only for municipal elections. You can't vote in federal elections. You can't vote for governor. It's like dog catcher and mayor and shit like that. And you have to have like a permanent resident visa.
Beautiful New York. I love New York. My beautiful New York. What's happened? Republicans need to watch.
Well, it got prettier once you left.
The vote counting up close from the start to the finish. We can't allow thugs to throw our people out, which is what happened. Mail-in ballots need to be in secure rooms with cameras so there can be no tampering with ballots. Voter rolls must be updated and they must be accurate, not changed after the election takes place.
No, they change them after every 2 elections. If you don't vote in 2 elections, they kick you off. That's like the easiest one. They bring this shit up all the time. If you're registered to vote and you miss 2 elections, they kick you off the rolls. That happens every time. And every election, they kick some people off because it's been 2 elections since they fucking voted.
We must seek a goal of voter ID. This is a goal we have to seek. This is what we should have. Voter ID.
Yes, a national ID card provided by the federal government that no state agency can take away, that shows you are a citizen, that is basically a permanent passport. You get it, you get all, it lines up, it has a little like strip on it that has all your records for Social Security and that kind of stuff on it. It links it up on a secure server, that kind of stuff. It's a totally digital, modern ID, totally for it. And it's free. Oh, sorry, that's the mark of the beast, so we can't have that.
Same day voting, like we've always done. No.
Same day voting. It's same day voting no matter what day you vote.
Day voting, like.
Hold on.
Voter ID, same day voting, like we've always done.
He means one day of voting, not same day voting. Same day voting means you can register and vote the same day. I mean, I'm for that, but he's not for that.
No mail-in ballots except for our military and people who are truly sick. And
yes, okay, so you're going to keep mailing in your ballot then?
What would be really wonderful, too, what would be really wonderful, it's asking a lot, a thing called, very simply, paper ballots.
We do have paper ballots, fucko.
I have a young son, Barron, young son, and he can make his computer sing. I turn it off and I lock it. 2 minutes later, hi, Dad, how you doing? I said, what are you doing? Yeah, I know how to get it open, Dad. Bad things happen with the vote. Very, very bad things happen.
What the fuck? What do you mean you turn it off and lock it? I genuflect over it, and then now the computer won't open.
Wonderful thing if we could
Maybe
ever
you're
go.
dumb.
By the way, Canada goes to paper ballots. You know that, right? Canada, paper ballots.
Yeah, Canada. With what? How many people in Canada?
America is the greatest country on earth, and we must insist on integrity in the process. So we.
Oh, hi, Murph. Hi, buddy. I'm almost done. You okay? Murphy wants to say hi.
Are confident of the results because what we have now is you have 80% of the party thinking the vote was a horrible vote, and I believe that to be the case. I know certainly. I feel certain.
Yeah, well, dude, you're not helping, but I'm for it. I mean, for fuck's sake, he's basically 80% of they don't feel like voting. They're not going to vote. 80% of the party doesn't want to vote. Yeah, because of you, dickhead.
That it was. You can't have that. You can't have a great democracy with a thing like that happening. You must get your state legislatures.
Yeah, with one of the political parties being full of gullible fucks who buy anything they see on the internet.
Legislatures to act now before November. They have to move. They have to act with the help of everyone here today. And again, I've told you guys this before. All these voter laws that they're passing aren't about fixing fraud. It's about convincing Trump voters to vote again. They can go, we did something. We fixed it. It's fine now. You can vote. It's not going to change shit. It's not getting rid of any fraud. There wasn't any. The commitment of hardworking, freedom-loving patriots all across our country. We will make America powerful again.
Oh, here we go. This is the end of it.
We will make America wealthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We want to be proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you very much. Thank you. God bless you all. Thank you. Magoo.
By the way, he's been doing this whole thing, hold on, I'm coming, because it's to make them think he's actually gonna go, like, run for election again, and he's not. Clap, 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 clap. Okay. Thank you very much, everybody. Bye. Squirt, 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 right in my ear. Thank you very much. Hand job, hand job. Clap, 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 clap. Clap, clap, clap. Clap, clap. Hand job, hand job, hand job. Thank you. Bye. Bye, bye. Clap, bye, bye. Hand job, you. Right on my forehead. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, everybody. Yep. Little conditioner right in the hair. Yeah, you. I jerk you off all over my hair. That's right. I'd give everybody there that row a hand job and have them splurt all over. Thank you. Thank you. Goodbye. Boink, 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 boink. Squinch, squinch. Double hand job. Double hand job. Thanks, everybody. Okay, all right. Clap, clap, clap. Thank you. Squirt, squirt. Thank you. Bye-bye. Point, point. See you later. Thank you. Bye-bye. Thanks for seeing it. Squirt, squirt, squirt. Right on my chin. Yeah, you get one. Where an eyeball. One for you. Thank you. Those are the people who keep going to his rallies. He's pointing at that group of like 5. Squirt, squirt. Bye. Squirt on me. You guys can squirt on my forehead. Right in the eyebrow. Boink, boink. Thank you. All right, which way's out? I feel like I'm at an award show where I didn't win anything. Bye-bye. Okay, see you later. Thanks, everybody. Now I look like I'm tiny and I'm standing on the podium. He looks like a miniature version of himself. It's hilarious. Bye. Hey, just in case you were wondering if I use a teleprompter, squirt, squirt, right on my chin. Thank you. Double it. Bye. Okay, clap, clap. Do I hug the flag? Do I rub my dick on it? Never mind. Bye. And they clear out. And that's it. We made it. Oh my God. Fucking hell. Done ski. Over it all. Good Lord, it's boring. Same shit. But he's gonna keep at this grift for the next year, And the reason he changed where he went to the people who were there. I think the one part of it that matters is, besides the gibberish, is that he moved his saying hello to different people earlier in the set as if he's the kingmaker. That's what he's doing. He's like, these people, if I say they're good, and they get passed through. And that's going to be his thing. And he's not going to run because he's going to be the Republican Party kingmaker. That's the goal. Anyways, I'm going to let you guys go. It's Saturday night. Take care of yourself. Take care of somebody else. Thank you guys for joining me. Whew. That was a long one. Good Lord. Brutal. Got through the whole thing, though. And I have a bunch of stuff for Monday. I'm going to get all backed up. I just know it. So it could very well be a long one. And I also have press in the morning for the Grand Rapids shows on Monday before I do my morning show. So it'll be exciting. I'll see if I can double stream it. Hello. And we'll see. But at the very least, I'll be on morning show 9 a.m. Pacific time for the House Sparks mornings, Megaworldwide, and then the afternoon show at 3 o'clock on Monday. And I will see you guys then. And thank you guys for sticking around. Thank you for the support. Thank you for the super chats. And thank you, Deborah. Thank you for the bits. And thanks for the hype trains. And thanks for letting me introduce 2 new characters in one show, because we just, Jesus Christ, had to get through this nonsense. Ugh. Oh, he's so dull. Okay. Anyways, love you guys, and I will see you on Monday. Bye.